Okay. So good morning, everyone, and welcome. Let me just check if online can everything can be heard.
Yeah, but this is a problem now.
Don't know why, because before it wasn't. So. Okay, the point is that like that they won't hear us YouTube, so let's wait 2 minutes more. Huh? make this. Yeah, perhaps now seems to work better. So let's hope that. But yeah, they can hear us well on both those who are next on YouTube. I leave the floor to Nobuya. Let me just share the screen. Okay. Okay. So I think we can use something. Yeah, the voice. I will tell you when 10 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you very much, Dario and Mario, inviting me. And also, it's very nice to meet my friend from here. And I'm very honored to attend this flagship program of the faculty. And I'm very pleased to talk about Middle's work, especially related to industrial development policies. Let me, okay, sure. First, let me briefly introduce what UNIDO is. We are, UNIDO was established in 1966, and it has become the specialized agency in 1985. Specialized agency means that it has its own member states, budget, and policy-making organ. We have 170 member states, and we have 48 field offices around the world, covering around 156 countries. And our current priorities are supporting sustainable supply chains, limiting climate breakdown, and ending hunger. We have the Director General, Jack Mueller. He was appointed at the end of 2021. Okay, just the outline of my speech. First, we'd like to get familiar with the historical context of industrialization, understand the empirical patterns of industrial transformation and country differences. And then I'd like to move to contemporary issues based on UNIDO's industrial development report and discuss modern industrial policies. Okay, first, the historical perspective. This is to show the level of industrial development, industrial outputs per capita, or manufacturing value added per capita. And the UK, England in 1900 is fixed 100. So to facilitate comparison. So in the middle of 18th century, level of industrialization was not so different across countries. UK, yes, a bit of ahead, but even developing countries, they were not so different from the European countries of Japan. But due to industrial revolution, yes, first UK started this industrialization. And here, industrialization, I'd like to define as when countries surpass or increase or has a larger share of manufacturing share in the GDP than the share of agriculture. And that happened in the UK in at the beginning of 19th century. And that was followed by US around mid-19th century, marked by yellow. And then Germany happened in the second half of the 19th century, and then Japan at the end of 19th century or beginning of 20th century. And on average, industrialization started in Latin America in the mid-20th century, and in Asia in the second half of 20th century. And by and large, it has not started really happen on average in Africa yet. So interestingly, beginning or mid-18th century, developing countries have had similar level of industrialization. But as you see, China, India, gradually decreased industrial output per capita because of due to the faster growth of population than faster growth than the growth of the manufacturing output. And this is an impact of the industrialization. It shows the global income inequality at the beginning of 19th century. Global inequality was largely characterized by within country. And yes, few countries, UK and some continental European countries were ahead and due to industrialization, but global inequality was by and large characterized by within country. But as industrialization spread to many parts of the world, between country inequality started increasing. As you see, in the 20th century, this global inequality was largely characterized by between country inequality. So the countries which experienced industrialization started increasing their income rapidly, and those countries which did not were left behind. So this industrial development through industrialization was called modern economic growth, called Kuzmins. Of course, in 21st century, large developing countries started increasing their income, like China, India, and now we see also starting seeing more within income inequality. And this is the real GDP per capita. Again, in 19th century, real GDP per capita across countries are not that low. I mean, all countries have a very low GDP per capita. But ones which experience industrialization, starting by UK, US, Germany, and Japan, Republic of Korea, and China, once they started industrialization, then their GDP per capita also started increasing rapidly. And from 1960 to 2015, GDP per capita, the world increased, world GDP increased around 5 times, 7 times. And at the same time, trade volume increased 25 times from 1960 to 2015. So, of course, the trade volume increase was not solely due to the industrialization. It is also trade liberalization and better infrastructure and so on. But also trade has started expanding rapidly as countries started economic development. Okay, this is how. Okay, so this is how manufacturing value activities have shifted in the world in different regions. So in 1990, as you see, manufacturing activities were mainly or predominantly done in Americas and Europe. And still, the share in Asia was relatively small. But for the last 30 years, share of manufacturing value added in Asia has increased steadily at the expense of Americas and Europe. This is how manufacturing activities shifted from one place to another in the world. And Africa, in 1990, the share was 2% in the world manufacturing value added, and that status hasn't changed for the last 30 years, even though Africa's population has grown quite rapidly. So I discussed the sort of impact of industrialization and its importance for economic development. And industrialization is considered as the engine of growth due to several reasons. First, scale economy. Manufactured products you produce, you can sell abroad. It is not limited by the size of your domestic market size. So you can export your manufactured products easily, easier than other products. And higher potential for productivity growth. Manufacturing, you typically combine labor and machines that increases productivity. And also, as the volume increases, fixed cost per unit of production decreases. And also, you can restructure your manufacturing process as your production volume increases. You can change your production process. You can have more efficient factories, and you can have more. You can have cheaper inputs due to volume purchase and so on. So that all increases productivities. And third argument is due to linkages. Manufacturing has extensive linkages, back and forward linkages, other sectors. So manufacturing's growth really drives other sectors' growth. Manufacturing can pull the growth of other sectors. And demand effect. Income elasticity for demand for manufactured goods is usually higher than those of agricultural products. So as countries increase their income level, demand for manufactured goods increases, and manufacturing production enhances, and that contribute economic development, and that increase the demand for manufactured goods, and so it can sort of trigger a virtuous cycle. And manufacturing is important not only for economic development or industrial development, but it has quite strong positive correlations with other aspects of the society, like education and health. This is a correlation between manufacturing value added per capita and UNDP's Human Development Index. As you see, there's a positive correlation. And now I'd like to move to industrial transformation patterns and country differences. I discussed how industrialization was started and how it was spread to other countries, and then its impact on economic development. And now I'd like to explain a bit how industries develop within the countries, so the patterns of development. And this is a structural change within the economy. This is a very average pattern of the last 50 years. Of course, different countries follow different patterns, but this is just a broad average patterns of structural change within the economy. And as you see, at a very low income level, typically countries' share of agriculture is larger than manufacturing. But as manufacturing value added, manufacturing share, as countries increase its income level, then they tend to see very rapid industrialization or increases in manufacturing value added share in the economy. And around 4,000, 3,000 GDP per capita. This is 2005 constant price. Around that time, manufacturing share can exceed the share of agriculture. And as countries continue its development, when they reach upper middle income level or high income level, they reach the peak level of the manufacturing share and start reducing the share. But again, this is a very typical pattern of structural change, and some countries can sustain manufacturing development even at a very high income level, while some countries experience premature deindustrialization. They start reducing manufacturing share fairly at the low income level. So there are possibilities. This is just a stylized fact of and this is a development pattern within manufacturing sectors. And again, this is average pattern, but it shows some key feature which I think remains still today. So at the low income level, labor-intensive industry start developing, such as food, beverage, wearing apparel, and textiles. And because they are labor-intensive, they tend to create a large number of jobs. And that is the initial power of industrialization. They create jobs which often pay better than agricultural work or informal jobs. And this is an initial sort of a takeoff in industrialization. And as countries move from low level to upper middle income level, then these labor-intensive industries start slowing down and decline because countries' wage level increases. And competitiveness of these labor-intensive industries are based on low wages. So labor-intensive industries start slowing down and declining, and other industries, capital-intensive, technology-intensive industries, they need to take over this labor-intensive in terms of value added. And if they don't, if they fail to develop these capital labor technology-intensive industries, then they tend to experience so-called middle income trap or premature industrialization. So this is a sort of the second hurdle. First hurdle is to initiate industrialization. And second structural transformation required to sustain industrialization is this transformation within the manufacturing sector, developing capital and technology-intensive industries. And in order to do so, you have to lay the foundation from the other stage. So this is very crucial, and many countries often fail to have this second structural transformation, and they tend to stay in the middle income stage. And at a very high income level, even some of the capital-intensive industries start declining, such as metals and fabricated metals, and only a few industries can sustain those, such as electrical machinery, chemicals, and machinery and equipment. So as I mentioned, this broad structural transformation within the economy, I said manufacturing share start declining at a certain point when countries reach at the high income level. But within manufacturing, there are varieties. There are some industries which can sustain growth. Of course, there are some industries which really start declining. And I said, this is not the really static picture. Industry's development potential is always changing. So, for example, based on our study, textiles development potential has been declining over the years. So it's really changing. Some industries such as rubber and plastics development potential has been increasing. But the picture I showed in the last slide, it still gives us some broad key features of structural change pattern in the manufacturing sector. And we plotted actual development of the countries against the industry's development pattern. This is electronic machinery and motor vehicles. We have here green South Korea and gray Malaysia and blue Sri Lanka. As you see, yes, countries tend to follow this industry development pattern, but they don't, of course, follow exactly. Some countries move along the line, but at a higher level, like South Korea, and some countries move along at a lower level, like Sri Lanka. So there are country-specific effects as well. And here we looked at the speed of manufacturing. Also, speed of manufacturing development is different. We looked at Korea, Malaysia, Sri Lanka for these 8 industries. We calculated the speed of development as real value added per capita divided by the years. And as you see, Korea's development speed was faster than Malaysia and Sri Lanka for all 8 industries, selected manufacturing industries. In turn, Malaysia's speed was faster than Sri Lanka, except for textiles and apparel. So development speed is also different. And this is the speed of structural change of manufacturing sector. The y-axis is labor-intensive industries value added divided by capital-intensive industry value. So the higher the ratio, the manufacturing structure is more labor-intensive. As you see, UK, US, Japan, they gradually reduce this ratio. That means their manufacturing sector have become more capital intensive. And then same thing happened for Republic of Korea and China. But interesting thing here is that this speed is becoming steeper and steeper. So this manufacturing structure change is becoming more getting faster and faster for the recent countries which have been successful in industrialization. So this is a summary, sort of the schematic summary of what I present, based on also some of the economic theories. So here I show competitive advantage and country-specific effects. And scholars like Justin Lin says competitive advantage is important. And as you saw in my presentation, yes, competitive advantage is important. At the lower income level, certain industries tend to develop faster than other industries. And at the high income level, different industries, you tend to have competitive advantage. But that is not the whole story. As I showed, country-specific effects is important, as like people Hajun Chan mentioned, absolute advantage. Some countries move along this development pattern at higher level, and speed of development is faster than others. Speed of the industrial development and speed of structural transformation. So both competitive advantage and country-specific advantage, both of them are important. And it's very interesting, like South Korea moves along this development pattern always at a higher level. So there must be something for that countries which enable to perform better than other countries not only particular industry, but across manufacturing industry. So both comparative advantage and country-specific advantage are very important. Right. Now I move on to contemporary issue based on UNIDO's industrial development report. This is a biannual report, biannual report, once in 2 years. And last year, 2024 issue focused on industrial policies for SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. And we particularly looked at industry-related SDGs, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 9, industry, infrastructure, and innovation. And one of the innovation for this particular issue was that we closely collaborated with regional research institutes, 4 regions, Asia Pacific, Africa, Latin America, and Eastern Europe. And we have part A of the report, which discusses global issues based on the data and the thematic sections. And then part B focuses on region-specific issues and policy implications. And point of departure of this report is, as Dario mentioned, that it's polycrisis. Simultaneous impact of multiple global crises, including health crisis, geopolitical crisis, and climate crisis. And all these impacts really giving the world devastating impacts. So here we see we have 122 million more people facing hunger relative to before COVID period, and 70 million more people in extreme poverty. And also the number of the natural disasters has increased 5 times over the last 50 years. And these impacts really putting at risk achievement of sustainable development goals. We looked at the SDG indicators. There are 169 targets, and only 15% of them are on track. The rest, 85%, are off track, well, some of them are really also getting worse. And against this background, the key question we asked in the report is how we can accelerate the progress toward SDGs. And main argument we put it forward was that helping industrialization in developing countries is the main avenue to make progress toward SDGs. And why? Because manufacturing industries are particularly well suited to advancing SDGs due to their strong manufacturing multiplier effect. As you see, this is a table showing top 3 highest correlation SDGs for different SDGs. Like SDG 1, the highest 3 correlations, SDG 6, SDG 3, SDG 4. As you see SDG 9 in many top 3 SDGs. SDG 9 again is the industry, infrastructure, and innovation. It appears more than other SDGs. So SDG 9 has very strong correlations and synergies with other SDGs. And we put it forward this simple chart to distinguish direct impact and indirect impact. Direct impact is positive impact from SDG 9 on other SDGs. And indirect impact is it often takes place through economic development and job creation, that is SDG 8. And also climate change related innovation, that is SDG 7. And I will give you some examples of these linkages. First, SDG 9 impact on SDG 8, economic growth. We looked at the growth episodes last 50 years. Growth episode, we defined the real GDP per capita growth more than 2% sustained over 7 years. And 64% of such growth was led by the manufacturing sector. And also, when it was led by manufacturing, the growth period tends to be longer and growth rate tends to be higher. And industries can drive decarbonization by increasingly relying on green energy. Still one third of global CO2 emission can be reduced by industrial decarbonization. When industries use electricity, and one third of around 11% of CO2 emissions come from using electricity or producing electricity for industry. And around 27% comes from direct non-energy industry emission. So around one third of the CO2 emission comes from industry. So by using renewable energy and increasing energy efficiency and adapting a circular economy model, there's a huge opportunity to contribute to decarbonization. And industry can create jobs. We analyzed this linkage effect, and one manufacturing job can create 2.2 jobs in other sectors due to these backward linkages. And this ability to create jobs is much higher than other sectors. And also, as far as developing countries are concerned, most of the jobs created was in the domestic economy. So manufacturing industry can create jobs not only within the industry, but in other sectors in the domestic economy. And industry can increase productivity, agricultural productivity, or other sectors' productivity. Manufacturing R&D intensity is much higher than other sectors. And so it can innovate, can produce machines and equipment which can be used agricultural sector or other sectors, so contributing to their productivity increase. And industry creates green technologies. This is related to this R&D point. 60% of the green patents held by industrial firm. Green patents defined here, patents for technologies that reduce GHG emissions or help adapting to climate change. So 60% of green patents are held by manufacturing firms. Even though typically the share of manufacturing firms in total number of firms is around 15 to 20%. So manufacturing can have disproportionate contribution to creating green technology. And as I discussed, manufacturing sector has all these very attractive features. But the thing is that recently some renowned scholars say that yes, manufacturing has very attractive characteristics, but it is becoming less important because share of manufacturing is decreasing in countries. And we looked at this issue, and this is a sort of argument raised by Daniel Rotary when he published a paper on premature industrialization. So share of manufacturing value added in GDP and share of manufacturing employment, in total employment, have been decreasing across different income levels. And my research also confirmed this at the country level. But this is not the way to argue that manufacturing is becoming less important, or it's becoming smaller in economies. In order to have accurate assessment for developing countries, I think we have to put all the manufacturing value added together from developing countries in the numerator, and then that has to be divided by the sum of GDP of developing countries. And that's what I did in my work. And the left-hand side is this country average pattern. Yes, it is has been reducing. But when we looked at this aggregate picture, or weighted pattern, then it has been increasing at the constant price level, also current price. And this is employment. Also, yes, left-hand side country average picture, yes, it might be slightly different. But on the right side, you cannot really say that it is done. So manufacturing is very important. And my study was published in 2017. Of course, it has covered only up to 2012. But recent papers, as listed here, and in NECU, they have confirmed this result. But manufacturing, yes, it is important for socio-economic development, but it does not happen automatically. You need good industrial policies. And in fact, that we see the renaissance of industrial policy for several reasons. Maybe the first one is the lessons from the global financial crisis, happened in 2007, 2009, and that really taught us that unchecked liberalization is not conducive to sustain socioeconomic. And second, we see this rising geopolitical tensions. Countries are really protecting key technologies, key minerals to promote their economies from the viewpoint of strategic autonomy and using subsidies and tariffs to protect their industries or promote their industries. And thirdly, re-evaluation of manufacturing in advanced technologies. As I mentioned, countries, when they reach a high income level, they tend to follow this normal pattern of deindustrialization. But as they experience deindustrialization, they saw the middle class has been declining. And income inequality within the economy started to increase. So advanced countries are re-evaluating the importance of manufacturing, and they are using policies to revitalize their manufacturing. And emergence of the activities characterized by market externalities. I mentioned that decarbonization, megatrends, environmental protection, this is related to negative market externalities. And new technologies, digitalization, artificial intelligence. These are industries and important for countries to invest in R&D and skill. And this trend is also characterized by positive market external. So we see the emergence of these activities which are related to market externalities, and also growing recognition of industrial policy in Africa. African countries had a relatively high growth rate in early 2000, boosted by commodity boom. But as commodity boom ended, their growth rate got lower. And they realized in order to have sustained economic development, industrializations important. And in fact, the number of industrial policies implemented was doubled last 10 years. But unfortunately, most of the policies were implemented by high-income countries. And if this trend continues, global divide will widen, and developing countries will be left behind. So developing countries need effective modern industrial policies in order to drive industrialization. And I'd like to argue there are 4 characteristics in modern industrial policies. First is SDG orientation, and second, future readiness, third, collaboration, and fourth, regional coordination. I'd like to discuss briefly one by one these characteristics. Okay, first, SDG orientation. SDG-oriented industrial policy usually starts with a comprehensive assessment of progress for goals most closely linked to the industry. So SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 9, industry infrastructure and innovation. So we identify 3 dimensions each, and for each dimension, we selected indicator from official SDG database. And for each indicator, we set the targets and we calculate the progress for countries and regions. And this is a picture for developing world. So SDG 7, yellow part. Developing countries have had quite good progress in the dimension of energy access, but it is still very much behind in the dimension of clean energy. The number outside this circle is the speed of the progress, and red is the negative progress. For SDG 8, if you see, developing countries are very much behind in employment area. It's around 54% away from the goal. And economic growth, it is actually reducing the growth rate in recent years. And SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, developing countries are really struggling in all 3 dimensions, but especially innovation. It is very far from the 80% average. So they need to have special attention to clean energy, employment, and future readiness. Future-ready industrial policies need to consider current megatrends we face: energy transition, post-industrial revolution, global rebalancing, and demographic transitions. Like energy transition, capacity to generate renewable energies. Now it's 4 times higher relative to 2000. And fourth, industrial revolution, share of AI patent in all patent has been skyrocketing in the last 5 years. And global rebalancing, Asia Pacific developing countries' GDP share in world GDP has been increasing steadily. It has increased by 20 percentage points for the last 20 years. And demographic transition, here we see two trends. Some countries, especially Africa, they are increasing their population quite rapidly. And some other countries, especially in advanced countries, they are facing aging population. And this is very general. Some sort of future-ready industrial policies, examples for developing countries. In the area of energy transition, yes, create industrial clusters around energy transition products. Post-industrial revolution, they need to increase the competitiveness. They have to invest in technologies and use the digitalization for their industries, and also attracting FDI. Now, due to these geopolitical tensions, some countries, we see reshoring and friendshoring, and maybe there are opportunities to attract FDI if a country is closer to major advanced countries. But in order to do that, of course, you have to have industrial capabilities. And this is importance of collaboration. And collaboration for industrial policy formulation has been always important, but it is becoming more. And collaboration is related to commitment, also consistency with all three C's. This public-private cooperation, when you formulate industrial policies, is a key, because now industrial policies are becoming quite complex, and the government doesn't have all the necessary information. They have to talk to the private sector, collect the information, they have to understand the constraints, situation of the private sector's opportunities. So this close consultation between private and public sectors are the key. And on top of that, ministerial coordination. Again, now industrial policy, one industrial policy often encompasses different areas. It's not only about industries, but it touches energies, educations, skills, and health, and so on. So this ministerial coordination is very important. And for example, beginning of this year, I went to Africa, and we had a discussion with the government policymakers. And they said that their industrial policies in draft format is ready. So then we invited the different ministries to discuss the contents. Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Education, to see the contents. And then when we start discussing the contents, Ministry of Industry, Line Ministry, and the Ministry of Labor, they started arguing. Ministry of Labor was not consulted, even though it's already have a draft document. And we had a very big argument in front of us, and we couldn't really we couldn't have a meeting, but initially intended. That was to really discuss the content. So this ministerial coordination is very important. And in order to have a good ministerial coordination, because ministries are there usually same level. In order to have a good coordination, we have to have a top leadership commitment from usually the Prime Minister's office. And Prime Minister's office needs to have a commitment to have good coordination and also determine the priorities. If the industrial policy is to promote all the industries in manufacturing sector, then it's not the industrial policy, because by definition, industrial policy is to change the industrial structure. So to have this coordination and commitment and decision, you have to have a commitment from top leader. And ownership, some countries come to UNIDO, please produce industrial policy document for us. And we always say, no, we don't do that. This is something your country, your ministry has to do. Because if we do that, then when it comes to implementation, I think the level of implementation will be low because of the limited ownership. So commitment and from the country, and when they formulate industrial policies, of course, for the first time, they cannot probably produce perfect industrial policies. But this process of try and error, discussion, interactions, talking to private sectors, talking to experts, talking to academics, this process is a very important experience for the countries. By doing so, by having this experience, they create a sense of ownership. And at the end, they will really commit implementation to those. And then consistency. With a strong ownership, we like to see less favoritism and corruption, and also sustain implementation of industrial policies. Because industrial policies, in order to see the results and impacts, it has to be there, has to be implemented over the medium and long term. If you have industrial policy and start policy implementation, you don't see the result next year. So even changes in the government, industrial policy should stay, and that should be institutionalized. And why it's so challenging? Because this coordination is a sort of democratic process. You have to have this democratic process with your constituencies. And also, at the same time, you have to have a command, strong leadership. You have to have these two different dynamics. And if you lack one of them, and you cannot have a good industrial policy. And this finally, regional coordination. Regional coordination is important because countries tend to share similar challenges and opportunities with your neighboring countries. For example, last year, I went to small Eastern European country, and it's not a part of the EU yet, and but it likes to join EU, and we had a discussion on industrial policies. And when we had a meeting with the Prime Minister, he mentioned that my country has been experiencing deindustrialization since independence. And particular problem is that young people move from my country to EU countries to seek better opportunities. And for this kind of situation, you need really have a good coordination with neighboring countries. You have to find a niche in the regional value chains where you can insert your industries. And in order to do that, you have to have, yes, certain industrial capabilities, but have good coordination in terms of standards, regulations, and so on, infrastructure with neighboring countries or EU countries. And another example is that I'm now working on one industrial policy in Caribbean country. This is also a small country. And this it's a part of the CARICOM, Caribbean community. So it has common external tariffs against the countries outside the community. And this CARICOM tried to promote industries within the community. But this country I'm working is trying to export processed peanuts products. And raw materials which come from the community is low quality. And if you use that low quality raw materials and your final products competitiveness when you export is wrong. So in that case, you have to really work together with countries, neighboring countries, countries in the same community to promote, to strengthen industrial capabilities here, not only your country, but all. And of course, developing countries, they cannot make progress just by themselves. International communities needs to come together to support developing countries. And so this is a conclusion. So SDG progress is a very serious risk. And industry is a key to accelerate SDG progress. And for that, we need modern industrial forces. And also international communities need to work together to support development.
Okay, many thanks, Nobuya, for this super rich and inspiring presentation, full of, I would say, crucial arguments and lots of data, which have been also very useful to, let's say, see how things developed and how heterogeneously developed. I would say that you added a number of complexity layers which are important to be considered in order to discuss this issue. I would keep my few comments for the general discussion. I would propose to collect just 2 questions, so to say no more than this, because then we will have another discussion at the end, and then after the 2 questions, I will call Anna and Mario to join me, and we start with the follow-up panel. So, Nicola, please, you'd like, please come here. Okay. Use the mic so they
You say that industrial growth, industry's growth can lead to a better environment. But I didn't understand, but possibly because I'm a bit deaf. If some policies must be implemented in order to have that. Otherwise, industries growth doesn't lead to a better environment per se. Possibly it may be the contrary. Thank you.
Please help me. Yeah, the first so far.
Thank you very much for your presentation, which is very interesting. I have 2. Si sente?
Sì, yes.
Yeah. I have 2 questions perhaps related to interdependence. In your first slides, you showed us the relative importance or weight of different countries. And with the Industrial Revolution, some countries went ahead and others were left behind. So, questions. Was there a relation between the advancement of the Western countries and the or remaining behind of Asian, for instance, countries like India, China, were at the same level of the UK in the beginning? And related, what explains the fact that Japan succeeded in jumping ahead and China and Asia and India remained behind? They were, all of them, great countries. Second question, policy relating to interdependence. You showed us how the pattern of industrialization changes from labor-intensive industries to more and more capital-intensive industries, textiles versus engineering. So is this a smooth process? Are there obstacles? For instance, there are this idea of mid-income traps. So what, how can you explain? And again, the transition from one sector to the other can be studied only in one country, or does it again have to do with interdependence with other countries? Some of you as guys remembered me of the wild geese model. So, thank you.
So I think, yeah, you got it. Then I think that we can keep further questions for Nobuya for the, let's say, final discussion.
Okay, thank you, Nobuya, for your very clear presentation. Just a quick question concerning the rising of within country inequalities, because you mentioned the rise of between country inequalities at least till the mid-90s, but now we are in a phase of within country inequality. So if you can enrich on that and say something how and to which extent they are related to industrial policies. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for all these good questions. The first question, importance of policy for the, improving environment. Environment means this natural environment or just environment in general. But in any case, I think the policies is crucial in order to protect the environment or in order to improve living conditions. And yes, that is something that I think we learn from our past experiences. Leaving everything to market doesn't really solve. We had a period where neoclassical economics was very popular, and then some policies were governments are leaning toward that, but we really realized that is not really the solution. In order to solve our numerous challenges, yes, government intervention, industrial policies are really important. And this differences in growth in different regions. As you mentioned that Western European countries grew fast, and then some countries were left behind. And in Asia, Japan developed fast than other Asian countries. I think institutions are very important. Having good institutions and good governance, it's very important. And Japan, in the case of Japan, there are different, I'm sure, reasons. It's really difficult to pinpoint one, but Japan in 19th century, end of 19th century, was facing sort of external threat. And then Japanese government at that time experienced nature restoration, really has to import institutions, good institutions, regulations from European countries. They sent a delegation and then tried to import. And this was a really urgent task because the country was facing the threat from other countries to be colonized, like other developing countries at that time. So in order to avoid colonization, they imported all the important institutions rapidly, and also tried to develop the industries by hiring foreign experts. So that probably boosted Japan's growth. On the other hand, China was sort of had challenges, opium war, and then internal domestic situation was not so stable. And this obstacles of the structural transformation obstacle of the moving from labor-intensive industries to capital-intensive industries, and why it is so difficult. The one thing I mentioned is that the initial takeoff industrialization is really based on sort of your natural advantage. You are developing countries, so you tend to have a low-cost labor, and of course, you have to have certain conditions, macroeconomic stability, political stability, and certain level of infrastructure and skills. That is what required for initial takeoff industrialization. But when countries move to middle income stage, and to sustain industrialization, you have to create yourself advantage. That is difficult. You have to, you must have already invested in skills. You must have laid a good foundation for technological development, innovation. And if you haven't done that, you will struggle. This second structural transformation within manufacturing. So, and many countries, unfortunately, are facing that. And we haven't seen many countries which are moving from upper middle to high income stage. Even still, like ASEAN countries, Malaysia, Thailand, we say that they are successful and they are about to move to high income levels, but they haven't done that because this high income levels threshold also moving. So even though, yes, they are growing, they haven't really moved to the high income countries. And sorry, your point within country inequality. Yes, I think within country income inequalities is expanding probably, yes, due to this digitalization and manufacturing, as I said, can create many decent jobs, create middle class. But when countries face this deindustrialization, and then if countries move to high level or high technologies or try to develop digital sectors, yes, they are quite high paying jobs, but it's not really available for many people. They have to have a good education, high level educations, and they don't create many jobs like the traditional manufacturing sector. So deindustrialization, which we saw, at the same time, we are seeing these new jobs characterized by high level technologies, digitalization, and also we are seeing this informal service jobs. So that's why we are seeing a few number of small number of high-paying good jobs, and we don't see really the jobs for the middle income class. I think this is one of the important reasons contributing domestic inequality.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much to you all, and thank you, of course, Nobuya, again for this beautiful presentation. I mean, you can join afterwards the discussion after the by Ana Maria, Mario, and then Francesco Grace as soon as he arrives. So I would suggest following the order that the program, but you can both come here if you like. So Ana Maria Simonazzi, professor of economics of this faculty, but also president of the Fondazione Giacomo Rodolini. We are very happy to have you
So it seems that the autonomous.
Bisogna alzare il volume del microfono dalla console.
Let's see. Check. So, welcome back. And anche dopo di chiaro. Okay, if you want to take a seat, we can restart this session. I'm pleased to leave the floor to Anna Maria Simonazzi, who will talk about sustainable mobility and industrial policy. So we have just discussed how relevant is having strong manufacturing capabilities, which are related to growth and technological capabilities. Now let's focus on one of the key industries and broadly issues related to manufacturing capabilities and growth, which is the automotive and broadly mobility sector, and how industrial policies relate to the development of this sector. So Anna, please.
Thank you, Dario. Thanks for inviting me. And well, before just messo di funzionare questo. Many things. Well, before entering into the automotive industries, let me outline the background, why it is the automotive industries going through this so strong crisis. And the key points of my presentation will be the interconnected challenges of decarbonization, competitiveness, and innovation, and the main challengers in the automotive industries, the incumbents, which are the European and the American, the US firms, which will be in the background, and the new challenger, which is China. And in this context, I will talk about the European response, which is the new industrial policy. In this doing, we will see or try to understand the trade and industrial challenges to assess the role of firms and their strategies in reshaping the car industry, and explore the dilemmas of European industrial policy, which doesn't mean that having no industrial policy does not present these challenges, but or these conflictual aims, but simply that the market somehow was left these conflict in the background, and industrial policy makes them more apparent. So let's go first through a very, very brief outline of Europe's structural vulnerabilities. We have the energy crisis and the cost of decarbonization. Higher energy prices in Europe reduce competitiveness of the whole European industry, and particularly for energy-intensive industries. We have technological dependence. Europe has missed the digital revolution and risks falling behind in the clean energy technologies. There is a problem of competitiveness then. Some people first and others, for instance, argue that Europe has been caught in a middle technology trap. The specialization in medium research and development intensity intensive sectors, and then falling behind or having a or competitive disadvantage in disruptive innovations. And peculiar to the European Union, we have an heterogeneity between member states in terms of vulnerabilities and economic technological capabilities, and this has implications for the European Union cohesion and growth. So let's go very quickly through the problem of decarbonization. The impact of the energy crisis has been very different from previous energy crises. You want to remember perhaps the 1973 oil crisis, but that one was a crisis that hit everyone in the Western world. Here we have a huge competitiveness shock for the European Union. The United States has not been so hit by this crisis. And we have differences between European countries. Here we have a sort of East-West divide. Germany, the Eastern European Union, and Italy have been hit the hardest by the energy crisis because of their sectoral specialization, a much higher weight of energy-intensive sectors, and their energy dependence from Russia. And in a paper that Dario, Yelena, and me, and made, we tried to assess the relative position of the European Union countries' resilience to the decarbonization effort, compared with each country's share of energy-intensive industries and the automotive sector with their share of the renewable energy, their specialization in green technologies, and the share of state aid. And we arrived to these results that Visegrad countries, substantially the Central European Eastern countries, Germany and Italy, have the highest share of energy-intensive sectors and the lowest share of renewables in their energy mix. Conversely, the Nordic countries have the lowest share of energy-intensive industries and the highest share of renewables in their energy mix, which makes for a much higher cost of transition from energy-intensive to renewables. Higher costs then for Visegrad, Germany, and Italy. The green capabilities, as measured by patents, on the other hand, are higher in the core countries, Germany, Austria, Nordic countries, but more problematic in the southern and eastern peripheries. And finally, there is no clear correlation between expected restructuring costs and policy commitment, as proxied by state aid for the environment. But there is a greater fiscal capacities of core countries in supporting restructuring for the green transition. You simply think of Germany now, which has changed its policy towards state aid, publicly financing not especially transition, but for tanks, for rearmament. So we have a reshuffling of old and new asymmetries. And we have decarbonization that has potential to reshape the geography of comparative advantage and industrial specialization in Europe, strengthening existing divisions, but also creating new ones. And this means that the lack of a centrally coordinated policy, which is capable of addressing the different vulnerabilities of member countries, risks exacerbating internal divergences, reducing cohesion and growth, and ultimately jeopardizing the EU's collective climate goals. So let's go to green innovation, approaching the automotive industry. The new or improved products or processes that lead to environmental improvements aimed at reducing greenhouse gases and CO2, carbon dioxide, and also to preserve limited natural resources and biodiversity. What are the challenges? Well, the substantial underinvestment because they address solutions to problems that markets do not price adequately. There is not yet, if you think at the United States now, there is not yet a price for energy transition. Disadvantages due to path dependencies and lock-ins to polluting technologies, which affect both development and diffusion, such as needs for specific infrastructure. And this is an important problem for the automotive industry, because moving from the fuel energy to green energy implies very high costs for car makers. So let's go to the automotive industry. The transport sector is the most significant contributors to CO2 emissions. Transport accounts for 27% of CO2 emissions in the European Union, with almost half of this coming from the automotive industry. So it is an important polluter. And it is also, on the other hand, a very important sector economically. It is significant for the European industry. The automotive industry is crucial for Europe's economy. It accounts for 7% of the European Union GDP. It directly and indirectly employs around 13 million workers, which make up 7% of total employment and 11.5% of manufacturing employment. And at the core of Europe is Germany, which is very dependent on the automotive industry. 16% of total German exports come from the automobile and vehicle components. And China, in 2022, China accounted for 12% of German automotive exports and between 5 or 10% to total demand in the German automotive sector. We have to think in mind these things as we try to understand not only the economic conflicts, but also the geopolitical decisions that have to be taken by the European countries, the European manufacturers in the industry, and the new challengers. The decarbonization of the automotive sector has mainly been entrusted to the replacement of the internal combustion engine with the electric engine, which is powered by battery. We will have a discussion on battery afterwards, so I don't enter too much in this. But battery and electric vehicles technologies are now considered fairly mature, but are in continuous innovation. Battery research focusing on new chemistries, safety, recycling, and reuse are core milestones to green battery production. And they try to sort of respond to the main challenge, which is higher costs of electric vehicles compared to internal combustion engines, and the insufficient charging infrastructure that still act as a barrier to widespread substitution. There are also non-technological innovations and barriers. We need to change the consumption patterns, for instance, towards sustainable mobility, which is not only moving to the electric vehicles, cars, but also to move to a more common and, let's say, public transportation policy. I was telling you that the industry, the automotive industry, is in a very, very huge turmoil. And it has been called the case revolution. The car is moving more and more to be a computer on wheels that is connected, autonomous, share, and electric transitions. A rapid and continuous innovation in products inputs, and technologies. We have a change in quality, mechanical characteristics such as engine power is no longer very much important. Now it's interconnection, infotainment, so software capabilities that are becoming important. We have a problem of competitiveness and employment, labor, new skills, new sectors. Now we need from traditional, now the skills that are needed are from mechanical skills to different complementary specializations that belong to different supply chains, vehicles, batteries, autonomous driving, entertainment. So in order to be competitive, we have to master all these different specializations that come from very different industries. And we have new competitors. Now, from inside the sector, China, and from outside the sector, the big tech and software startups that are changing the geographic advantage and blurring the boundaries of the sector. So there are these concerns, technological change, but are also the costs that are implied in this transition. High investments for electrification and battery technology, and the workforce restructuring to adapt to new production models. Now, let's look at the two main contenders. I will leave the US sector outside, but let's focus on the European Union industry and on the Chinese one. The structure of the European automotive industries comes from two different strategies in a pan-European value chain. We have the German model, which is specialized in premium cars, high value, high quality cars, which are produced domestically, and a low-priced subcompacts, which was moved to the Eastern European countries. So we had two parallel moves in the last 2 decades. A relocation to East, where the automotive industries accounts now for 15 to 23% of the manufacturing value added, because of the foreign investment of the German companies into those countries. And we had a relocation of production to China. In the past 20 years, the presence of the Chinese market has been decisive for the success of the of the European automotive companies. Subsidiaries there contributed to 30% of the annual turnover of all foreign subsidiaries worldwide. And in 2018, Volkswagen, already in 2018, Volkswagen built more cars in China than in Germany, making almost 50% of its profits there. And once again, you have to take these figures into account when we look at the situation now. In 5 years, no, 18, 25, more than 5, 7. In 7 years, the landscape changed completely. So we have the German model, and now we have the Italian and French model. These companies were more specialized in volume class, low price, mid-low quality, where for price and cost reasons, producing in the market, which is called local to local. This strategy was prevailing because the price was low and you had to be there in order to be competitive. So cars are produced in or close to the final market. And this had consequences on the structure and the location of these industries. The relocation of the entire supply chain to low-cost areas inside and outside Europe, together with the limited presence of the Chinese on the Chinese market, have led to reduction of their production share in the countries of origin. So Germany succeeded in keeping inside the most valuable kind of car producing, while delocating to Eastern countries mostly components, but also final assembly, while French and Italian companies delocated the whole value chain, so impoverishing their productive capacities in their own countries, France and Italy. And we have the employment variation in these 20 years. Germany succeeded in retaining its labor force and its employment, even increasing it by small percentage, plus 3%. France reduced the lost employment by 43% and Italy by 14%. And you can see these different movements, no? This is the Italian and French employment, and this increasing so much is the eastern part of employment. With Germany, automotive, employment in automotive, yes. So an interesting thing is that regulation can also have perverse effect. And this is what happened in the European regulation for decarbonization. The past failures to reduce CO2 emissions in the transport sector and in the automotive sectors are due to the premium car industry's capture of the European Union, oh la la, technical and environmental regulations. See, so the effect of this regulation, where I'm not entering because we have no time, as I have been told, has been to move the whole European industry towards the production of very expensive, very heavy, very energy consuming cars. Why? Because they were more profitable. So the regulation shifted the advantages towards producing large cars, SUVs, and penalizing the cars that French and Italian producers were specializing in. And you can see here the price which is increasing, the weight which is increasing, and the almost stagnant saving in CO2 emissions. And this, and when the regulation became more stricter, there has been again this move towards higher, more expensive, more heavy cars, more expensive cars. And so what the European producer did was simply electrify what they already had, these very, very expensive cars. This is important because this upward drift, this drift towards more expensive cars, slow demand, as higher prices could be affordable only for richer countries and consumers, and much less in the peripheral countries, and increased the center-periphery gap in production and consumption. Meanwhile, what did China do? Well, China made this incredible leap into the frontier of technology in the automotive industry. Now China dominates in both the development and production of green technologies, particularly in the battery and EV sectors. And this is thanks to a farsighted, targeted, pragmatic policy aimed at developing the entire supply chain with generous subsidies and strictly regulated foreign investment. For instance, China imposed to the foreign companies that wanted to go into China to do in joint ventures with local companies in order to speed up the transmission of knowledge. And we had a fully vertically integrated business model from mining to chip manufacturing to software, which has ensured the supply of inputs at stable prices. BYD now, which is engaging in a price war, can be so cheap, such a cheap producer, because it controls from the raw materials to batteries to the end product. So this China used this complementarity between demand, production, and competition. What did it mean for the European producer, this incredible leap forward of the Chinese manufacturer? Meant that producing in China became essential for not only for the market, but for importing back technology and innovation. So being in China became important because the Chinese groups were moving so rapidly towards autonomous driving and artificial intelligence technologies, that Western automakers were scrambling to catch up, and so partnering with Chinese companies along the entire value chain became important to access Chinese technology and know-how. Well, we can skip this, but we could ask, why did the European automakers be so incapable of seeing the changes that were coming about? They were in China. They could see how the Chinese firms were rushing ahead. Why didn't learn from this? And there are some macroeconomic factors that they will be dealt in the afternoon session, but there is also this sort of myopia or complacency, which is perhaps true for the German companies. They were dominating the European market. They were dominating for a certain time the Chinese market. They were getting so many profits for their dominance, and they thought that they could some sort of govern the transition. And they didn't see the speed of the transition and the challenge coming. Now we are in a problem, in a period with Chinese overcapacity, or the slowdown in growth, and the huge investment in the past in the automotive industry have produced a huge overcapacity. So they have the continuous innovation aimed at cheap cars means that they can compete on the domestic market and on the foreign markets with the let's say, incumbents. And we have continuously new low-cost cars, which are launched by tech conglomerates coming from outside the sector, Huawei, Xiaomi, which have triggered a fierce price war that has led to reduced margins, bankruptcy, and consolidation in the industry. And now Chinese manufacturers are flooding the developing countries and are trying to enter into the European countries. What has been the response of the European Union? Well, the response has been discovering industrial policy, and since we have only 0 point, minus 1. So what I can only say in this 1 minute is that the European industry is responding with industrial policy, but in a context of conflicting interest within its union, with Germany, which is still looking very much to the Chinese market, with the new geopolitical challenges that are coming now with the US market, and to try to govern this industrial policy with so many fragmented interests becomes a very, very difficult agenda if you are not trying to put together, to coordinate the different policies, trying to look also not only to the frontier of technology, but also minding to those which are left behind. Because if you don't make an industrial policy which also guarantees cohesion, then we'll have problems of democratic and let's say populism coming out. And this is important because if we look at Italy, which is losing its automotive industries, which you look at the Eastern countries, which are attracting foreign direct investment also from China, competing with other locations through lower wages, low labor guarantees, subsidies, and also political liaisons with China or with other countries, then we run the risk of becoming squeezed between the two main rival, United States, which is now attacking Europe with tariffs, and the US market is still very important for the automotive industry in Europe, and with China, which is competing on the low brand and on the cheap side. And we have to navigate between these two challenges with the European, with the industrial policy. And okay, I will say.
Many thanks, Anna Maria. Very, very insightful. I think we will have room for discuss some of these issues at the end of Francesco Crespi and then Mario Pianta's presentation. So I'm very happy to welcome. Let me see if you can find your presentation here. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So I'm pleased to welcome Francesco Crespi from Roma Tre University, a long-standing member contributor to this advanced course. And I think that your talk, Francesco, will complement in a super nice way with what Anna Maria has just discussed and introduced. And I think we will now focus more on the issue of strategic dependencies that, however, are very much linked to what also Anna was telling us. So please, Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dario. Oh, thank you, Dario. Welcome everybody also from my side. I'm very happy to be here again this year for this advanced course. Yes, I will talk about this broad topic of green transition and strategic dependencies, highlighting the role of industrial policies with a focus, as Anna Maria told you before, on the battery industry. Now, let's try to figure out where are we. We are in the middle of a process of green transition. You know, the twin transition, digital transition and green transition. Now, the green transition has two main goals. The first is least at the European level, first, it contributes to achieve the environmental goals, so tackling the problem of climate change. The second is to reduce structural dependencies, especially in the energy sector. Okay, so the switch from oil and gas to renewable energies, to technologies that help us to reduce the energy intensity of production should lead to a reducement in the dependencies on energy. However, the green transition is constrained by two main factors. I would say the first is the asymmetric distribution of critical raw materials. Anna Maria was talking about this. The second element is the asymmetric distribution of production capacities and technological capabilities. Okay, so these constraints are in some way compounded by the current situation, which is moving from an old, let's say, world economic order to a new economic order, I would say economic disorder at the present time. So we are this green transition and this constraint to the green transition drastically depend on the context, international context in which we are living, characterized as this continuous crisis. Now the term we use is polycrisis, disruptions in value chains, technological and trade wars. Despite the very interest of European Union, which is leading the green transition at the world level, especially in the last couple of years, I would say, and this is very clear with respect to the change between the old European Commission, the new European Commission, like von der Leyen 1 and 2, is the recognition of the trade-offs that are present with respect to the green transition. First, we were saying that one of the goals of the green transition is to reduce strategic dependencies. We found out that we risk to move from strategic dependencies in oil and gas to strategic dependencies in renewable energies, environmental technologies. Second trade-off that I have identified is the trade-off between green transition, competitiveness, and growth. Okay, we saw that as Anna Maria was saying, the car industries involves a large number of employment and implies a large impact in the economy. The evolution from traditional cars to electric vehicles is in some way harming the European automobile industries, so harming the whole economic performance, competitiveness, and employment of the area. Third trade-off in terms of, I would say, employment, in the sense that the green transition implies the shift from brown jobs towards green jobs. Okay, the main idea is that green jobs will be more than the brown jobs that will be lost within the process. Okay, the problem is that the one that will be employed in the green industry is not necessarily the one that lost the job in the brown industry. So there is in this process winners and losers. Second issue linked in part to this is that the green transition implies problems, trade-off in terms of social cohesion. And the issue of social cohesion is not only related to the transition between brown jobs and green jobs, but also with respect to the price of goods and services. For example, now buying a new car, electric vehicle is something problematic for the, let me say, the working class. Okay, so for these reasons, we need to highly stress the fact that the green transition need more industrial and welfare policies with respect to what we talked in previous years in order to manage this trade-off. Now, let's focus on the electric vehicles sector. This is something that Simona was talking about. This is very impressive. It's very recent data by the International Energy Agency. This shows the sharp increase after the COVID crisis of the production and sales of electric vehicles, and also you see the impressive dominance of the Chinese producers in this market. This dominance, as Simona was talking about before, it can be explained for a large by a large part with respect to this graph. These are the government spending on electric cars by region. We see that in China, the spending in terms of public spending in this sector, so industrial targeted policies in this sector, is higher and growing. Exactly the opposite is true in Europe. Also, the level of public spending in the United States is very low. So this is something very clear that should be kept in mind. In this context, in which the electric vehicle sector is dominated by China, probably mainly due to this targeted sectoral industrial policy by the Chinese government, within this sector, the part of the battery has a very important role. Much of the cost of building the electric car is related to the battery cost. And also in this case, we have a very clear picture of the dominance in the market of the electric on the batteries. We have that mainly China covers more or less the 80% of the world's battery production, and also a near monopoly in its component. Okay, so the first now in this study that we are conducting with Dario Guarascio and Nicola Geri and Enrico Marvasi, we are trying to use more refined data in order to figure out which are the mechanisms leading to these problematic effects, at least for Europe and the United States. So these are trade data. You see that production goes hand in hand with export. So this is the dynamics between 2002 and 2022 of the battery sector exports. You see this very strong role and very strong dynamics by Chinese economy. Very low performance in United States and European Union. The drastic decline of Japan that is very interesting. Maybe the colleague from UNIDO wants to say a word about the interpretation of these dynamics. We in this study we are trying to associate the data trade, so trade data with data on technological capacities, let's say proxied by patent data. So we have built these two indicators. The first indicator is an import dependency indicator. Okay, so that measures in some way the level of the dependencies of a country, an area in this specific sector. Okay, this indicator, in some ways, a composite indicator that takes into account the net balance of the country in this specific sector with the import share from the main importers and the share of the export share of the main importers at the global level. So the higher is the index, the higher is the dependency of the country, of the area in this sector. The second indicator is a reveal technology advanced indicator, something which is very well known and used in the literature. Is this a balance type indicator that measure the specialization, the technological specialization of the country, of the area in this specific sector. Okay, so we use these two indicators to realize this graph. Okay, you see in this graph, we have on the vertical axis the import dependency indicator. So we know that the higher the higher is the indicator, the higher the dependencies. And on the horizontal axis, our reveal technology advance indicator. So the reveal technology advance indicators, if it is 1, it means that the specialization is neutral. So the country, the area is not specialized or under-specialized. Below levels lower than 1, we have an under-specialization. Higher than 1, we have a specialization. So I think with this graph, we can interpret what we have seen at the macro level before. We have a dynamic of the European Union, which is interesting because the European Union is under-specialized in the electric batteries. And this under-specialization, which is constant in the all 20 years we have measured it, implied a contemporaneous increase of the dependencies in this sector. So it is the under-specialization and the absolutely static dynamics in this kind of specialization that led to this increase in dependence. More or less, we have the same dynamics in the United States that had a higher specialization, even though it was under-specialized in 2002, and the specialization deteriorates in these years. And again, we have because we have climate change, so we don't want to use the air conditioning because it is emitting. Okay. Then we have the opposite pattern with respect to China. In China, we see that in these years, we have an increase in reveal technology advance, and we have almost zero dependencies. I want to say a word about this. It seems that the increase in technological specialization is not so big for China. You have to think about that in these 20 years, the increase of the number of patents filed by China has registered an enormous increase. Okay, China has become the world leader in terms of patent filing. So it means that in a context in which China increases exponentially the number of patents, the patents related to batteries increases more than the average. Okay, so this can be the interpretation of this data. Japan, we see the increase in terms of import dependency associated with a sharp decrease in technological specialization in this sector. An opposite dynamics we saw for Korea, which registered a solid specialization with an increase with a decrease in import dependencies, which is also we can see also this in the market share of the electric vehicles, the role of Korea. Now, what why this predominance of Chinese, what these technological capabilities, production capability of China, which effect has on the evolution of the market. If you see, in 2024, battery prices fell by 30% in China, while this decrease was about 10-15% in Europe and US. This means that we have a very divergent pattern with the cost competitiveness, which becomes relevant. How these different patterns can be explained? Can be explained by the hard competition we have worldwide and among the Chinese producers. It can be explained by the economies of scale, the large amount of production, the immense internal market of China explains the ability to split the fixed cost of production on a greater mass of production. Innovation, technological specialization is crucial, as we said, as a driver of these price competitiveness. What are the consequences of these different dynamics in terms of price? The consequence is that we are going in a situation of absolute comparative advantage with respect to relative competitive advantages. So we have that for example, the major battery company producing in Europe is bankrupt since in a deep crisis because it wasn't able to cope with the competition by Chinese producers. Within this context of lack of industrial policies, lack of technological specialization in the sector of battery, we have Italy that plays, let's say, an even problematic role. For example, when it was supposed to take place a big investment by Qatar, which is a Chinese producer, on a gigafactory on batteries in Italy, in Termoli, which actually they say mainly because of the cost of energy was too high, was diverted in Spain. So within the problematic European context, Italy has still more issues. Let's say foreign direct investment. These are problematic if you do not manage them in a proper way. Simona was talking about the Anna, scusi, Anna, the crasi between the names. Anna was talking about the strategy about foreign direct investment by China with respect to European and Western companies. For example, in this case, we have that the Chinese company, Qatar, made recently an IPO on the Hong Kong market. Actually, they took financial resources from Western savers. Okay, so Americans, European, etc., in order to get revenues to be invested in local producing unit in Europe in order to avoid the tariff, the import tariff that Europe is going to. So you see, foreign direct investment are good, but in some way are problematic if they are not managed properly, because in some way they are using our resource to invest in our country and resolve other issues. Now, having said that, the policy outcome of this reasonment is of course related to the lack of industrial policies. So this is the result of the lack of industrial policy at the European and also at the US level. Now we have to decide, firstly, if we have to implement industrial policies in this sector. For example, and this is not so neutral. For example, in the Draghi report, we have that, for example, another sector which is with respect the indication with respect to the other sector, which is the photovoltaic sector, is considered not priority in terms of industrial policy. The idea is let foreign taxpayers, Chinese taxpayers, finance the cheaper installation of clean energy in Europe. So the indication here is to give away the electric vehicle sector. We have said in another paper that this is might not be the case. In the case of batteries, the idea is that here, probably because it's more linked to the overall automotive industry, which European countries have a huge interest, is a crucial sector to invest. And this means that the first choice with respect to the battery sector, it seems to be made. So battery sector is a crucial sector in the new European industrial. Which are the relevant initiatives in this sector? European Battery Alliance, the important project APCA, the overall strategic technologies step policy, strategic technology for European platform. These are the levers of the new European industrial sector, focuses on the battery sectors. Which are the critical points at this stage? First, the total amount of resources is limited. Actually, these are new priorities, but always in the European discourse, when new priorities are mainly addressed by reallocated unchanged budget resources. This means that moving resources from a part of the budget to the other, given the overall amount as given. European Sovereignty Fund, which should be implemented in order to avoid the strategic dependencies, has not materialized. Priorities are given to the defense sector. So what we need is to understand that if the battery sector is a priority, we have to do proper industrial policies in the sector and proper devoted resources in a mission-oriented policy framework. I have 1 minute just to try to advance this concept, which is we have to do mission-oriented policies, industrial policy in this sector, but we have to be aware of the international context in which we are moving. Okay, So we are moving in a context in which there is a worldwide competition. Our competitors, the last picture of Anna was very clear, are not so mild. So one strategy to implement these industrial policies is to try to be aware of the contemporaneous action of cooperation and competition, which means competitive strategy is the strategy in order to try to develop industrial policy, technological sovereignty policies in a complex and fragmented world, where you have to be aware that your cooperation is necessary. I think that the intervention by UNIDO stresses this point. Cooperation is fundamental. No one is able to tackle global goals like pandemics, climate change, demographic change, etc. So cooperation is fundamental. Cooperation is innovation and in science is fundamental, but we have to be remember what the European Commission made clear about the relation about research. So be as open as possible in order to take the advantage from cooperation, but as close as necessary, because competition and technological wars are present in the actual world. And so our framework is to design industrial policy in a more broader concept of competitive technological sovereignty that can try to achieve the other European goals, which are the realization of an open strategic autonomy and the economic security strategy, which appears to be relevant even if we go into the detail of sectoral level analysis. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Francesco. More food for thought, and I would say clearly more material for discussion, even if we are running a little bit out of time. So I'm not sure how much time for discussion we will have. Yeah, let's say 30, including a little bit of debate, 35. So I'm now pleased to leave the floor to Mario Pianta, Scuola Normale Superiore, one of those who designed and invented this course. And I mean, for sure, lots of important things to say about industrial.
Thank you so much to Dario, Francesco, Elena, and all the other organizers of this 20th anniversary edition of our advanced course. It's a great pleasure to see that a lot of those who attended the early editions of the course, including Dario and Valerio themselves, are now in commanding positions in European universities. And I think the experience of this common effort to develop critical thinking in economic theory, critical thinking in economic policies, and combining the two things is an important lesson for all of us, and in particular for the younger generation. Navigating in certain times is obvious as the context we are facing now. But let's look back for a moment at the complexity of the crisis, polycrisis, if you want, that we have been experiencing. The financial crisis, the European public debt crisis, the pandemic, inflation, the Ukraine war, restrictive monetary policy against inflation, and then political watersheds with extreme right victories in the US with Trump and in Europe, and now trade wars, the uncertainty about the future of the dollar, US-Chinese relationships, question of debt, and in the context of the ecological challenge, which continues to be dramatic, and increasing international disorder and conflict. What is interesting now is that what we've been discussing in the recent presentation is not industrial policy in general, but is what is to be produced and where. So it is very interesting that the discussion is now moving into a very concrete reconsideration of what is to be produced. And this was the title of a report that with Matteo Lucchese and Leopoldo Nascia, two old friends and co-authors, we wrote 10 years ago when industrial policy was an unspeakable word. We had no paper published in mainstream economic journals on industrial policy. We had to publish my first paper in the Seoul Economic Journal because South Korea, as you have seen from the evidence, was understanding that industrial policy was an interesting place, but the mainstream in the US, in Europe, in Italy, was that industrial policy was a bad word. Why? Because it was distorting the perfect operation of markets. And we see in the Draghi report an heritage of this completely wrong way of thinking economics, because it's a neoclassical perspective with static allocation of resources and without consideration of the dynamics and of the fundamental aspect that Nobuya has presented at the beginning of his presentation, why industrial policy becomes an engine of growth and an engine of a positive sum game in the economy rather than a zero-sum game perspective. Why it is interesting to go back at this 2016 report? Because first of all, it was published by a far-left foundation of the German Link party, because no one else would be prepared to take seriously discussion on industrial policy. And of course, we had some follow-ups. These are the other papers that we have been doing recently with a variety of groups. What is interesting is that in 2016, we had a very weak opening in the European policymaking with the Europe 2020 strategy, which was paying some attention of some novelties. But we framed the question of industrial policy as the importance of developing high knowledge economic activities, expand industry, environmental sustainability, and convergence, because the question of polarization within Europe, as Anna and Dario and others are aware, has been a core problem within this context. In this perspective, a little add-on to the presentation by Nobuya before is that we should move a little bit beyond a rigid definition of industries from the economic accounting. We have to focus on activities within industries and to the linkages, as the recent presentation have shown. And we should also emphasize that while Nobuya has presented industrial policy as a common sense, reasonable, universal horizon for improving collective conditions, this was not the case 10 years ago, and is not even the case now, because industrial policy is an arena of conflict, an arena of contestation, of a competition between business trajectory, including the wrong business strategies of the automakers that Anna Maria and Francesco have shown in Europe. So business strategy, which can be wrong or right or far-sighted, social and political interest of a society, which has an interest in the provision of high-quality jobs, high-paying wages, and high-learning economic activities, and the conflicting vision within policymakers and economists as well. So what our definition is that there is a need for a European industrial policy that steers, shapes the economy in the direction of activities that are desirable in economic terms, efficiency and dynamic efficiency, in social terms, addressing need and inequality, in environmental terms, sustainability and climate change, and in political terms, both in terms of national interest, but also in terms of social cohesion and protection of democracy. So the goal of public policy is this one. In this report, 10 years ago, we were very shy. we would say that Europe needed 2% of European GDP per decade, 260 billion, and the reality always comes and runs much faster than imagination. So now we have a next generation EU with 800 billions and rearm Europe with other 800 billions. So we were with an extreme critical far-sighted position, but very shy. And we were just demanding that the public investment be left out of the constraints of the Maastricht and the fiscal constraints treaties, and in order to have some more fiscal space for providing money for this type of industrial policy. An interesting idea we had, which I think has to be brought up again, is that industrial policy should favor the development of these new activities where these activities are needed. So not just where the relative competitive advantage of the relative competitive strength is stronger, because in economic terms, in the short terms, of course, there is a logic for building on your competitive strengths, which are already there. But at the same time, we have a need to avoid a polarization with all the competitive strengths being in Germany and no one elsewhere, and also to build and develop new competitive strengths in other places. So our proposal was to concentrate at least half of the money from Europe in the weaker areas. By the way, again, reality helped because the Next Generation Europe concentrated European resources in Italy, Spain, and other weak countries rather than in Germany. So it is interesting that some of these ideas moved. Moreover, we focused we argued that the key fields to be targeted should be environmental sustainability, ICT and digital application, and also health and public services. And this was before the pandemic. It was interesting that the EU policy now identifies the ecological transition and the digital transition as key trajectories for industrial policy. It is unfortunate that after the pandemic, the importance of public health, public research on vaccines, preventive diseases, and investing massively in universal public health systems, such as the one in the UK and in Italy, which have been weakened by cuts and austerity policy, has been lost at the European level. So Europe has lost the train, the opportunity and the challenge to develop a strong trajectory in health, drugs, and public activities. We already argued 10 years ago that this money should come from European funds, including Euro bonds, and of course, Next Generation Europe has been funded by Eurobonds. So in a way, it is quite interesting that some of ideas which seemed very far out 10 years ago now are part of what is actually being done. Of course, there has been a lot of changes, some positive, the suspension of the Stability Pact with the pandemic and the recovery of a fiscal space, the acceptance of an industrial policy, but also steps back. The return of the Stability Pact for European fiscal policy is a tragedy in terms of the inability of Europe to develop for this. So let's just pay attention to some data. Policy works. Fiscal policy works because when the pandemic crisis arrived, you remember 20% cut of GDP suddenly, okay? With an increase of the share of public debt over GDP by 20 percentage points, an enormous, unprecedented amount of public expenditure, both Europe and the US managed to have a quick rebound after the 2020 crisis. So, first lesson, public expenditure works in a Keynesian sense to overcome short-term shocks. Second, the government and public expenditure and public debt are a key element for this strategy. And this was done in the US as well, not just in Europe, okay? And by the way, the public debt in the US now is a major problem. So after 2020, we had a very interesting context where novelties could develop and industrial policy become legitimized. We had Biden putting 700 billion for domestic firms. At the same time, there are 840 billion for the US military budget, which is a big problem, and the new US policies on strategic trade and technology. In Europe, we had a slow motion progression from the idea of strategic autonomies, the common interest projects, the industrial alliances, one on the batteries, the role of the European Investment Bank, and then the big chunk of next generation EU, the question of the EU Green Deal with 1 trillion, and then the arrival this year of the militarization of industrial policy with 800 billion demanded for the development of European arms industry. But at the same time, no EU idea on producing vaccines or protecting health on challenging big pharma. So in this sense, a big turning point has been next generation Europe, but you already know a lot about this. But let me now focus my argument on what comes next. What do we do with all this money? So we have won a battle, getting public policymakers to think that they have to put out money for changing the production system and to decide what is to be produced. But how is this money spent? The tragedy is that it's spent in the wrong ways. Basically, giving money to support consumers when there is the pandemic crisis, which is reasonable in the short terms, but this idea of subsidies to individuals has remained very strong, rather than as opposed to providing services to individuals. So we have governments cutting welfare and cutting the provision of free services outside the market and giving incentives to individuals to buy on the market schools, health, as well as goods. So this is a complete disaster for the question of inequality, cohesion, and so on. This is the money spent for individuals, but an even worse disaster is giving money to firms without telling them what to do and letting firms decide what they want to do. And look at this data from the OECD. This is the data on R&D policies of total OECD countries. There has been a doubling of the amount of money in the headline public R&D. The public R&D goes twice as much as before to tax reliefs to firms. Italy and other countries have been at the forefront of this. So I don't ask firms what do they do. The firms tell me that the firms is doing R&D and I pay the money. So what is the result? That German firms got the money for doing research on diesel engines as opposed to batteries, okay? So the stupidity of short-term decision-making by firms, financial players, and the government means that there is no idea on what is the trajectory of the future within the public policy-making decision process. The experience of Italy for both the pandemic and the inflation is that a lot of money has been going to supporting firms, you see here. And the question is, what are we going to move towards in such a trajectory? We already had the context, the stories of the context in the global uncertainty and increasing confusion about the evolution of activities. But we have to reflect what is this logic that the state intervention that is returning now with a lot of money is taking now. So first of all, the importance of finance is to be brought in the picture. large firms make their long-term decision on the basis of their expectation on stock market values, rather than on their expectation on CO2 emissions. And therefore, in the crisis, when there was the crisis of Wall Street in 2008 and so on, a major priority has been always to support the maintenance of a high level of financial activities and stock market performances in order to prevent the collapse of this big bubble of financial activities. Then we have governments supporting the national performances, but here we have, as it has been already pointed out, highly different positions in the international hierarchies. And within the European documents, within the European policymakers, we have at least 4 completely orthogonal, contradictory objectives. Do we want to reduce climate change? Do we want to be strong in strategic technologies and digital platforms on which Europe has lost the trajectory of digitalization 20 or 30 years ago? Do we want to become a super military power in Europe with a great military industry and technology waging wars around? Or do we pay attention, or do we remember that the greatest invention in Europe has been the invention of the welfare state and the combination of responsibility of the public activities for the well-being of the population in conjunction with the combination of a modern society and industrial performances. So these are 4 trajectories which cannot be pursued at the same time. The experience of the US shows that if you are a big military superpower and the main manufacturing industry that is left in your country is military production, you have lost completely your ability to control other parts of electronics industry, other parts of high tech, as well as, of course, the auto industry or more traditional activities. So you have to make political choices. And there is too little debate on the politics of industrial policy in this context. And again, if you take climate change seriously, you have to compensate and adjust on a number of other aspects. And who is making this decision? Of course, there are issues on redistribution that we can skip at this moment. So clearly, in the end, policy choices have to combine and integrate cooperation and competition, but also the needs for economic performances, as well as social cohesion and ecological sustainability. The problem is that, especially within the European context, this is basically impossible. Why? Because the European Union does not have a structure which is able to integrate these elements. And as a matter of fact, all the contribution to the European debate have come from a single-minded perspective. Take the Draghi report, which is wrong in the title, European competitiveness. What is European competitiveness? European competitiveness assumes that there is already something that you produce and something that can be sold in a market where there is demand. In all these elements, we don't know what is the demand and where is the demand, or where we created the demand. Maybe in Africa, in electric vehicle with 0 environmental impact. We don't know what is the type of technology which is best to be used. We don't know who are the actors, because a lot of business actors are failing, and we need to create new companies, maybe public-owned companies, which were the ones who drove the furthest wave of industrialization in Europe and in Japan and Korea. So the Draghi report is an example of a wrong question and with the wrong answer, because militarization is a very important proposal that comes out of the Draghi report. And also the Draghi report has a good idea of putting out European Eurobonds to fund these efforts. But what do we do with this money? We take the money and we give them to the firms. the same firms who have been unable to look at the technological changes. So it's completely wrong in the model in which the implementation of industrial policy can be done. So we need to bring back into this debate society, political forces, environmentalists, and have a political decision on new politically accountable actors. The European Union has no politically accountable actors. The Council is the club of governments, and the Commission is a technocratic club without any attention for the complexity of this political process. So we need a lot of political innovation alongside the technological aspect. So to conclude, there is, if we look at the interaction between capitalism and the state system, there is now a novel type of interaction. The state is taking on more and more the role of supporting capital for what capital does, not shaping, as we would want in an industrial policy framework, what is to be produced. And therefore, we have these slots, green economy, digitalization, and warfare, which are all elements in which the government puts a lot of money in order to help a random subgroup of firms which happen to be in one particular country to do what they can do in order to satisfy the logic of finance, which is ruling overall the dynamics of accumulation. And it is no surprise that we go from one crisis to another in this context. At the same time, the function of the state in terms of redistribution and assuring welfare and social cohesion is constrained by reduced resources, reduced legitimacy, and the lack of democratic process when the issues are of a transborder nature. And therefore, the question of warfare versus welfare, the question of electric cars versus internal combustion engine, the questions about the future of the climate tend to be themes on which there is no adequate political debate and democratic consultation. So there is a need for recovering the space for public activities, rethinking public-private relation. Industrial policy cannot be the funding of private firms' decision, and bring back politics into the picture. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have 10 minutes for question and discussion. I would invite back Nobuya, Anna Maria, and Francesco, or at least be ready to provide a quick reaction. I would say 4 questions. We have room to take them. So anyone, please come here so they can listen to you.
So first of all, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very insightful. I just have a question concerning the orthogonal priorities that you kind of... Can you hear me better now? Perfect. Just the orthogonal priorities that you were referring to before. Are these priorities orthogonal depending on the theoretical framework that you apply to when studying economic systems? Because I can imagine that kind of labor, welfare, and climate change are not necessarily orthogonal in the, I don't know, post-Keynesian framework. So it very much depends on which framework is shaping action, right?
Yes. Please.
Thank you. I have a question on the probability of success of industrial policies in Europe. I've heard now, and I agree to much of the critical stances on how industrial policy is done in Europe. At the same time, we also saw some successes. I have in mind, for example, the Galileo project, which is not a small thing to set up a global satellite navigation system that to some extent leapfrogs the US and also Russia. Whereas it is true that there were a lot of disappointing results too. I mean, we had the Gaia X project in the digital domain in the cloud system creation. I think Northvolt has been mentioned also, which was disappointment. So the question is, it seems that Europe is not completely out of the game that the technology distance has become too large. So it can succeed, but often, and I come back to what Nobuya said at the beginning, probably it's really the lack of commitment from the top governance bodies that define it, but maybe there are other issues. Maybe the technological gap is too large in some domains, batteries, but also the result of a super long-term strategy of the Chinese, which the Europeans failed to do. So again, we have the policy influence. So I would be interested in hearing views on what is really deciding the success of industrial policy endeavors, accepting that we will have some failures always. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions? Issues? No one? Okay, so please, Anna. But I think, Anna, if you'd like, you can come here again and also say what you think about the questions.
A question for Crespi, and relates to Northvolt. Northvolt, but speaking about the Northvolt bankruptcy, the CEO of Katold, perhaps KAT or BYD, I don't remember, one big battery producers, said that they had this bankruptcy because they produced their own product with their own technique and with their own organization. So my question is, how can Europe succeed? Is something close to that, or what should we do in order to make our, let's say, batteries firms become competitive with Chinese? Are foreign direct investment joint ventures with Chinese companies a possibility? Are there, apart from the strategic challenges and that, but or can we develop a national, domestic technology capable to compete with others? Is there a problem of being too back, too distant from the frontier, and we can no longer bridge the gap? So this applies to semiconductors, to all these.
Okay, so I don't know if Francesco, yeah, you'd like to come, and then Nobuya, if you would like also to provide your, perhaps we will leave the final words to Nobuya. So Francesco, if you'd like to come and answer this question, and if you'd like also reply to the previous one. Wow.
Yes, actually, I was trying to reason about this aspect of foreign direct investment, no? Because it is a way for cooperation. Okay, we know that technological gaps and so technological catch-up is possible. China, Korea are big examples. So why not? Okay, which are the conditions? The condition in this way, in this moment, it seems that we have to learn something from China. The problem is that without strategically implement a policy of learning like China made 20 years ago, we risk to not be able to close this gap. For example, the investment on plants by cattle financed by our savers, they think that a large part of the employment will be of workers will be Chinese. Okay, So it seems that they are strategically implementing an investment in Europe with European Western money in order to cope with tariff and produce in Europe, but with their own workers. This means that also the ability of the external to the firm, but also not to the European workforce is limited. Also, if we think about the value chain, if they are producing the final good in Europe in order to avoid tariff, but they buy all the intermediate good, not from the let's say component producers in Italy or etc., but from their own country, the problem is so it is for example, foreign direct investment, cooperation, collaboration with the technological and productive lever at the moment is probably crucial, but has to be managed in a strategical way. It cannot be, let's say, left to the market in some way. Second, just things that worked. Galileo, Airbus, etc., which are something that has more in the past than in the the Gaia X was not conceived as an industrial, let's say, project. Okay, it was limited to regulations, something that which Europe is specializing in with respect to production. So money, industrial partners are crucial, and I would say that international the project that, for example, with respect to Northvolt, the issue of international collaboration, the fact that all the countries, all the major countries are involved in the project, this can be an actual game changer of the game. Also, with respect to public-owned enterprise, I would say that the idea of Mario, of thinking also at European level, public-owned enterprise can be very vital to have success in this kind of.
Thanks. So Nobuya, if you'd like to provide your thoughts on the various questions. Yeah.
Thank you for the questions on the orthogonality of objectives. Clearly, there is when you make technological choices, you have an artifact or a software which is designed on the function of some objectives and with some constraints. So if you do an engine, the engine can reduce CO2 emission or maximize speed or maximize the use of domestic content as opposed to imported critical materials. But this is what comes out is not the same type of object. And if you design a military engine, the military engine has to work in condition of nuclear war, probably, and therefore has a completely different range of criteria and cost. So there is, and if you design having in mind the labor process, the well-being of the workers producing it, again, you would design a completely different process of production. And probably also the end product will be a little bit different. So in this sense, the orthogonality is conceptual in terms of what are the trajectories in which we give you priority, what are the criteria that take priority. Clearly, in practice, you can design a number of issues, for instance, a socially just transition to ecological activities, which makes the most of domestic capabilities. And so you can, of course, the art of politics is exactly to combine and integrate the limitation of these things. But you have to put a flag on it. Is this the Green Deal, and therefore the Green Deal is implementation, or is this rearm Europe, or is this a technological war with China? So these are very important choices that are political ones and should be made. On your point, a good example, CERN. Europe is excellent at cooperating in science. Okay? Our friend Florio proposed to create a certain type of cooperation in the follow-up after publicly funded drug research to create vaccine, a public owned operation which develops from research to development a number of important drugs. And of course, this went nowhere at the European Union. But we have a lot of strengths in Europe on which we can build upon. But with what we, after the waves of privatization, we miss a public type of business culture, a public-oriented operational capability in firms which can be European-wide, publicly owned, or invent other forms of which have to be outside the reach of financial investors, which squeeze firms in order to maximize short-term profits or capital value. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to briefly touch on the industrial policies and why it is not so easy to see the success. And yes, I have been seeing mainly developing countries, but this also applies to advanced countries and Europe. And once you start seeing this normal pattern of deindustrialization, it's not really easy to reverse the course. And many advanced countries are coming up with all sorts of incentives to promote revitalize manufacturing sector, but they have not seen so much success. And as I sort of summarized my point in one slide, you have to think about both comparative advantage and country or region specific advantage. At the high income level, you don't have many comparative advantage in manufacturing sector. You cannot be competitive, for example, producing wearing apparel. So you have to really think about where at this stage of development you have comparative advantage relative to other countries. And you have to really study this point and region and country specific effect, advantage. Then you have to think about which areas your country or region are relatively doing better now, and whether you can promote that advantage further with industrial policies. So you have to think these two, and then you need really focus. You cannot, yes, you have to have this consultation and democratic consultation process, but you have to have a strong leadership and command to focus, prioritize. You cannot put the money thinly to different, all sorts of industries, but you have to really create success in certain industries. And when you implement, you have to have incentives, yes, but also you have to have discipline. In certain years, in 5 years, 10 years, you have to see the result. You have to see the performance, whether really the private sector are they performing as they intended to do based on the incentives. And this sort of monitoring evaluation is important. And if they are not performing as expected, then the policies have to be adjusted accordingly. Thank you.
So many thanks, Nobuya. Many thanks to you all for attending, participating actively, resisting for all these 3 and more hours. I think this has been a super exciting, interesting panel. So as expected, I would say, and more will come in the afternoon. So now there will be a lunch offered by the course, by the faculty. Just outside here on the right, there is a place called Smart Village, but you will see it. I think you can also take your food and then go outside if there is some room for sitting, but I mean, feel free to organize as you prefer. And we restart sharp here at 2 with the panelists of the macro panel, again addressing how we are navigating in these uncertain times. Thank you very much.
Ok. Dario, anche. So, good afternoon to everyone. We're about to start this very interesting session about the Advanced Courses 2025. I'm going to chair this session, so the mic is not working. Now it's better. Okay, I speak close to the mic. So, first of all, welcome. It's very hot, but we're going to have 3 hours of interesting speech. And the discussion that today we are going to have is a particularly complicated, I would say, and complex discussion about economic growth in uncertain times. So the title of the roundtable, as you might have understood, is quite broad and open in order to collect views and perspectives that comes from a very interesting and widely renewed set of scholars. I present myself, and then I will present all the scholars, the panelists that have been so kind to accept to give this talk today and to share with you their ideas and their, let's say, perspective. So my name is Maria Enrica Virgillito. I am Associate Professor in Economics at Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies, and I work in evolutionary economics, complexity economics, political economy. Those are my main themes of analysis. And today, as I told you, I will chair this roundtable. So close to me on the right, I have Professor Giovanni Di Bartolomeo from Sapienza University of Rome. Then there is Francisco Lousa on the left from Lisbon University. There is Professor Giovanni Dosi from Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies, and Valentina Meliciani from Lewis Business School, that she's sitting on the audience, but she will appear once we will have the available seat. And online, it's about to connect, or maybe it's already there, Francesco Saraceno from Science Po. So as you see, the scholars are quite, let's say, interesting. You can just go and search their quite prolific and intensive publication activity, and particularly, I would say, the deepness of their thought. So the rule of the game are the following. Each speaker has 20 minutes allotted on a specific theme that she believes to be of relevant in order to address the topic, economic growth in uncertain times. So I believe there will be a lot of discussion in terms of what type of growth and how can we manage this uncertainty. After these first 20 minutes, we will have the first session of questions. I will pose some questions. Each of them will be free to choose the one that they do like, and also we expect to have interaction among the panelists. And afterwards, since we have 3 hours, so we have a lot of time, maybe less than 3 now, there will be space from you to interact and participate, and maybe taking some advantages of what you have been learning throughout those days to interpret what these scholars have to share with you. So thank you again for being here, and now I let the mic to Professor Giovanni Di Bartolomeo, and we are going to follow alphabetical order, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the topic is quite difficult, and because it's very large, and also because there is a lot of panelists that are very good, like Giovanni, first of all, and also all the other. I try to prepare something. Maybe I will not take also all the time, but I try to take something to put the issue into a frame, because the issue is very large. And I think it's important also to understand that when we speak about growth and uncertainty, we can have in mind a lot of different things. And the idea was also that this is not a sort of academic symposium, but it's something that is connected to people, especially young people that would like to make research. So it could be useful also to give some directions and idea that maybe one can take to study, to follow. So basically, you see, Okay. So the first point is that the main issue here is uncertainty. So uncertainty, what is uncertainty? What is our idea of uncertainty? Because different concept of uncertainty can have a different effect into the economics. So we can think about uncertainty in terms of economics. Markets are more volatile. This is a sort of uncertainty. We can take uncertainty in the terms of the political structure, so government change, democracy, and so on. And another source of uncertainty, which is a little bit more deep, is that about the technological and social change. We are living in a world in which everything we know in a few years is something that is changed and is old. If you buy a computer today, after 2 years, your computer is an old computer and you have to buy a new one. This morning, I was in a bar close to my house. My house is not in the center of Rome, it's outside the center, and I was taking a coffee. And in this bar, they have this machine to make not the coffee, but is the, let's call it something specific. The ginseng, because my wife used to use this one, and the people of the bar that is a fan of the AS Roma, usually speak about football, said to me, well, now we have a problem with the machine because we have not the connection, and we have in mind that they look at the barcode of the ginseng because they have to download for our contract. So at the end, I discovered that the machine that make the ginseng in the bar is connected with someone in Milan that take account on how much they are using, and at the end of the month, they have to pay a sort of fee about how much is their worth. So the world is changing in a way that is very fast and strange, and we are often not enough to understand this change because we are living into the change. And this is about the technological and social change, and there is also the climate change. Also, this makes a lot of uncertainty, big debate about that. So when we speak about uncertainty, we have in mind a lot of different things. So this is the point. And then all of these aspects have a strong impact on growth, directly or indirectly. Imagine to the climate, if you want to put some resource against the climate change, means that you have to spend some money in a way, not in the other, and so on. Then uncertainty itself from the economic or methodological point of view is something that is not clear what it is. You can think about uncertainty in the sense that something that you don't know, but you know the probability that something will occur, or something that you cannot associate to some probabilities. This also makes a big difference. So uncertainty, broadly speaking, is something that can be risk, can be uncertainty. Broadly speaking, risk is when you know that something can occur with some probability. Uncertainty is something that you don't know what probability you can associate to it. Also, you have the night and uncertainty. You have different techniques from the economic to analyze this issue. You can have this expectation or expected utility approach, or you can have the robust control, or different tools that can be used to understand the effect of uncertainty. So also this make the picture a little bit more complex. And finally, if you think to uncertainty, then also the effect of uncertainty can be spread to different terms. Now you can have some short-run effect. You can look at the business cycle, or you can look at the medium term. You can look at the long or the very, very long term. Usually when you speak about growth, maybe we have in mind the medium term, but these are some ideas in the mind of the economist, not in the real life. In the real life, you can have some interaction between different times. What occurs today has effect tomorrow. Okay, perfect. So, ciao, Francesco. And so also this makes a big difference because maybe we are speaking, broadly speaking, uncertain of this effect into the economy. We have in mind the long-term effect, maybe the short-term effect are different and so on. So putting everything into the picture is not so easy, okay? Then, this is an example of a study that I did with Pierpaolo Benigno and other authors on the effect, the short-term effect of uncertainty. And there are many studies like that try to understand, because uncertainty is debated, because in the short term can have some different effect. Usually the idea is that if the world is uncertain, then people try to be more cautious, to make less investment, less consumption, and so on. However, there are also other stories that according to which under uncertainty maybe firms are more prone to make investment, no? Because changing stimulate the creative changes and so on. So it's not so immediate to understand what are the short term of uncertainty. And however, there is a quite evidence that say that if the world is uncertain, then the immediate effect of uncertainty are negative for the business side. And in a way, according to which the short and the long term are related, the short term underuse of resource could have some effect also in the long term. And there is a big debate about that. And for the people that is young, this is very interesting also to study and to look at the data, because for an economist, the first point is to look what are the data and what the data say. And so we did this for the European Parliament at that time, and we used a different measure of uncertainty, because also here the issue at that time was because we was working for the European Parliament. The European Parliament asked to us what are the effects of uncertainty in the short term, and the first problem that we had was uncertainty. But what is uncertainty? So we take account of different index. There is a famous index that was developed by Furceri, that is a colleague at the International Monetary Fund, that analyze uncertainty by looking at the report of the economists, by using some keywords. Other index, like the index that we use, is based on some studies of the European Central Bank, and these are uncertainty about the market volatility. So, and we see that there is a big correlation among these index, and this is, however, is a point. And now with the new technologies, I think about the artificial intelligence, machine learning, this becomes very relevant, no? Because if uncertainty can be computed from the report, the journal, so using machine learning technique is able to take a lot of data and to provide some synthetic index of uncertainty and use this index to study the effect of this. So this was an example. And another point is about growth. Now we move from the business cycle to the growth. That are two different things. Well, if you look at the growth, this is a picture of the growth taken from the Madison Growth Archive. That is a very big project that they start to study what are the effects of the growth starting from the born of Christ and after these days. And of course, with a lot of simplification, a lot of different techniques, they try to have some uniform data about understanding what are the path of the growth. Now, more or less, probably there are a lot of caveat, a lot of assumption to make something like that, because you are comparing now times with the times of the ancient Romans and so on. However, the main message is that if you look at the data, whatever you look at the data, then the phenomenon of the growth, as if we think about growth, is something that is quite new. So the point is that the people that was living a long time ago, after some century, do not change a lot their way of life. Instead, the difference between generation in the last centuries are huge. So there is something very huge. The growth is something new. And it's something that we have, at the end, not a lot of instrument or data to understand how it was. Okay. So the point is that, and this makes uncertainty also in our mind to study something that from one side for us is something that is normal, is from always in our mind, but it's not like that. Something recent. The economics is a recent story, but the idea of the growth is something that starts with the Industrial Revolution in the United Kingdom. Then it is a phenomenon that burns at 1 century ago, more or less. Okay, so this is something important. And the other phenomenon connected with this that create a big picture of uncertainty is that the growth rate of the GDP probably is a measure, of course, of growth. However, it's something that is a little bit confusing us because if you look at the growth of industrialized economy, it goes up and then goes slowly. But if you go look at the world, you have a different picture. But then, together with this growth, there is also growth of the technology that has an even more strong path, because the new technologies growth at the rate which is faster and faster, and then maybe they do not are reflected into the growth of the GDP or other measure of what we are producing. However, the technologies, the new ideas grow very, very fast. And we are in a world in which when I was a young boy, what I can see today, like a telephone like this, is something that is something from a movie of sci-fi. The idea is that when I was born in the 69, with something that was very, very little with respect to this, the people send a rocket on the moon. And today, with this, you can send hundreds of rockets on the moon very easily with respect to that time. So this change creates uncertainty about the future, and this kind of uncertainty, maybe I have the picture, yeah, is related also at the new challenge on how to face these changes. This change will change our life in a way that we cannot understand. Probably when I teach to the students, most of them will do some job in their future that today are not into the job market, because the new jobs are coming out. And this is not the same in the past. In the past, more or less, you are a farmer, your father was a farmer, your grandfather was a farmer, and so on. You have a shop, your son will have a shop. Today, we don't know what the people will do in the future, because there is this change. We don't know even if in the future the people will be a real people, because maybe in 200, 300 years, the people will be half machine and half person. These changes are going on slowly, but they're going on. But we do not understand this because this is going very, very slowly in our life. And these create new challenges. And why this is important for us. There are 4 years to the 29. No, this is a sort of provocative, because if you are young like me, in 2029, there was the highest moment of Terminator. That was a movie in which the machine was against the man. No, maybe not in the 29, maybe in 10 years, in 100 years, in 200 years, there will be a war between machine and person. Maybe there will be the robots that will have the trade unions in order to have some rights. Okay, of course, this is something very far in the future, but if when I was a child, someone told me that you can go with a computer with you, you can send a message in the other side of the world, you can have all the knowledge of the world in your pocket, I was thinking that this person was a crazy man. Okay, so, and this is a big uncertainty. I said there are different levels of uncertainty. Now, what is the point of my speech? Well, the point of my speech is related to the policy. So in this picture, a different level. So the point is that uncertainty is related to the policy. And usually the idea is that uncertainty make the choice, the extreme choice, more risky. And usually the response of the economists is that under the uncertainty, usually the people try to be more passive. So it's very easy to show this, and this is related technically because the preferences are convex, but if there is uncertainty, the higher is the uncertainty, the less is the action that the people take. This is true if you think about monetary fiscal policy, it's true if you think about consumption and so on, investment and so on. And this is relevant, I said, a different policy. However, there is another result that is quite interesting, that if you take seriously this point and you put this point in a context in which people or institutions interact with each other, then you get a different result. That when there are strategic interaction, if I expect that you will be more cautious, this will make me less cautious than I am. And in the Nash equilibrium, it's very easy to show that in this case, the result is that everybody will be less cautious and more aggressive when there is uncertainty. So from this point of view, there are two results that are connected to the policy. In a world in which there are coordinated players, or there is only one player, then uncertainty will create more passive reaction to the economy. But in a world in which you have not coordination, you have interaction between different people or different institutions, then this becomes more aggressive. So you can get two different results. And I think this is quite important, and it could be something interesting to be studied. And one example, very stupid, is if you think about European Union. How the European Union react to the uncertainty? Well, if you think at the European Union in which each country is against the other without coordination, then I can expect that they will have an ultra aggressive action in their policy to gather uncertainty. And this means to create some institutions that are maybe too much aggressive, or some policies that are too much aggressive. Instead, if the European Union is a coordinated group of countries, you can get the opposite result. Maybe too timid reaction to the uncertainty, not changes, not able to face the world change and immobility. So this, I think, can be, this is, of course, is an example, very, very easy, but to give the intuition of the things. And now, before closing, I would like just to stress what can be some points that are relevant for our discussion. This is the round table, and of course we cannot explain and solve all the problems of growth, uncertainty, and economics. And to focus a little bit, I think that the big issues that we can focus are that, first, of course, growth is in a sense of something that is not the growth of the GDP. The growth is something that is a measure on how much people is happy, so more or less. And this can be the GDP in a very simplified way, but something more complex. And in this context, growth is something that is a target. And if growth is a target, then economic policy are the institution and the policy that are devolved to get this target. And when I think about economic policy, I think economic policy at different level. Which institution should take the decision? Which policy this institution should do? What are the rules of the game in which we are to live? So it's important to understand how uncertainty can affect the institution, the rule of the games, and the policy that the different bodies are doing. And from this point of view, I think that what we have to study, what we have to somehow to focus on are at least some important dimensions. The first one is the economic and the political dimension. So the volatility of the market, how regulated market face the uncertainty, how unregulated market face the uncertainty, how much industrial policy are needed in a world in which uncertainty grows, how much to face uncertainty about the externalities of the market. And this is the typical problem of the economist. And on the other side, another important point that is relevant in this world that change, that create uncertainty about the future, is the rising inequality. Because we live in a world in which inequality is rising a lot, is increasing in incredible way in all its dimensions. Now there are some people that are richer than some countries. So and this creates also some problems in terms of democracy and in terms of liberty. We have that it would be possible, as in the book of Looking at the Future, that in the future you will not have the state, but you will have the companies, the oligarchies that dominate the world. Okay, and in part it's like that. Now it's easier for the Italian government to make some agreement with some small countries than make agreement with Google or other important large international companies. And in this, there are the other two last issues that are rising in the economic context, that is that of the technological and human change. Okay. Things about the robot, the robotics, what will change. No, I think that in the future, all us will be half human and half robots. because at the end, in the future, in the far future, maybe we will have some medical instrument that will create our life a bit easier, and we will have some artificial eyes, some artificial legs. It's like that now. But if you imagine this at extreme power, you will have some people that are half people, half robots. And this is something that creates a lot of uncertainty about the future. And we have to create the institution and the policy that are able to face this uncertainty. And the same is true for the climate change. I think that this is enough to think, and I will stop here the talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your very interesting introductory speech, where we have put, let's say, in the table many different issues. And for sure now you have a better idea of what uncertainty is and which can be the implication of uncertainty. Now it's the time of Professor Giovanni Dosi. Again, 20 minutes. I believe he will focus on some specific domains. So please, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you. Let me say that. Well, this session is about uncertainty. I want to talk to you in these 20 minutes about certainty. If we continue like that, we certainly fall into the abyss. And this is certain. In fact, I mean, we have got three fundamental challenges that converge. And if we let things go, with probability one, we fall into the abyss. One is the progressive demolition, fragilization of the social fabric over the last 40 years or so. Second is the future, one has already talked about it, the future that will come with technical change, AI, so-called artificial intelligence, that is not very intelligent at all, but we'll talk about it. And third is climate. The convergence of the three challenges will with certainty make us fall into the abyss. Let me spend a few minutes in talking about where it all began. It began once upon a time after World War II. You had nowadays the mythical three glorious decades. The glorious decades were made of consistency, made up of consistency condition between, say, a technological machine that was generating technical progress and new products, productivity growth and new products, a pattern of income distribution that allowed the workers to buy the new products, I mean, television, cars, etc., sustained by a social compromise that, in a sense, traded off social peace against this relatively equal sharing of the benefits from technical progress. There are different reasons why this social fabric collapsed. I mean, it's not that the setup was identical across countries. I mean, in Italy it was a characteristic of 10, 15 years. In Portugal was never there. But say in the core European and US political economy, it was there. I mean, call it the Social Democratic Pact, call it the New Deal. In any case, it was the first time in capitalist history in which the state was not the managing board of the capitalist, paraphrasing Lenin, but was a locus of compromise, of uncertain and precarious compromise between liberté, égalité, fraternité. This setup collapsed for different reasons. One is an endogenous reason that had to do with the fact that, as usual, expectation increased more, social expectation, I mean, not individual, also individual, but social, by social group, increased more than what the system was able to deliver. And so conflict increased, and the capitalists and a large part of the middle class got scared. And well, this is the proof that there is a fundamental incompatibility between, for example, full employment and capitalism. That was already an intuition by Kalecki in the 40s. Let's go back to the old liberal order that was an order of repression. Essentially, it was an order of repression. Second, a second factor that converged was the deindustrialization of the West, even though at different rates, with the US industrializing fastest and Germany and Grosse Deutschland be the slowest. And symmetrically, the growth of China as the world factory. All this was associated with globalization. Valentina will talk about it later on. Starting with financial liberalization. And one of the consequences of financial liberalization was that it took away some instrument to national economic policies. Then there was erosion at certain level. All this ended up in a dramatic increase in income inequality that began in the 80s. With the social elevator basically stopped. In countries like Italy was never working very well, but everywhere it basically stopped. Even in Northern European countries, it's moving much, much slower nowadays. Not only increasing inequality, but within the claims on the overall product, you had an increasing rentification of capital. I suggest you to read Dosi, Fanti, Virgilito on Italian Journal of Economics. I cannot enter into the detail here, but essentially the rents are associated. They are the old rents, the old Ricardian rents associated with the land, with real estate in general. But there are new rents, one associated with finance and speculation. Another one associated with the exclusion, the purposeful exclusion of a part of the population or most of the population from services, typically services, that were, at least in Europe, in principle, public right. I don't like to use the word public good. The word public right, I mean, education, health. Whether you realize them or not is a different matter, but they were an objective. And to a large extent, was an objective shared by the right and the left. Now, rentification means that is associated with the fact that now it becomes a good and a privatized good. And finally, in another element of rentification, are intellectual property rights that have increased enormously. The claim is that they are an incentive to innovate. There is no evidence whatsoever. There is, again, a paper on pharmaceutical that with Luigi Marengo and Marica Vigilito, Social Change and Economic Dynamics, that shows that, if anything, it is the contrary. That in increasing restriction on intellectual property rights decreases the rate of innovation. Anyway, associated with that, quite independently, come a new constellation of technologies that someone calls a new industrial revolution. I don't know what is the degree of continuity with the past and what is the actual revolution, the actual fourth industrial revolution. In any case, you have a deep transformation. And not so much, I mean, you say artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is bloody stupid. I mean, a robot cannot still clean a toilet. But it helps a lot in deepening what we call digital Taylorism. The Chinese factories are a paramount example. First. Second, artificial intelligence is very powerful in pattern recognition and via that social control. If you have been to China, in China, also as foreigner, get a sort of social card in which they record all the wrong things that you do. If you take if you mount on the wrong class on the train, not to talk about crazy people like me, that on a few access on Google, you type Dalai Lama, and everything comes down. And probably I lost, I don't know how many points in my email. So this is for sure, independently of the degree of intelligence or artificial intelligence, this is certainly a very challenging and worrying future. It is what we call with Professor Vigilito the Blade Runner scenario. You remember the film Blade Runner, in which you've got a sort of techno-feudal elite and the rest is lumpen proletariat. We risk going in that direction. Now, if you add up all this to the tendency, maybe we even passed the tipping point toward climate destruction, well, you have got all the ingredients to without any degree of uncertainty to go to the precipice. Now, what to do about it? 5 minutes. One, rediscover social conflict. I mean, we have been told for 40 years that society does not exist, Margaret Thatcher, that the government is the problem and not the solution, Ronald Reagan. The neoliberal ideology has spread in society like a metastasis, and now is part of everyday life. I mean, it is imbued in our view. I mean, we talk about the supply and demand of education, the supply and demand of health. You've got to be bloody joking. It is true that we Italians are very advanced, and we've got also a supply and demand of justice, so that since Berlusconi we can sell and buy justice, but this is not exactly the word that I like. Rediscovering social conflict means rediscovering the we and the them. Once upon a time, the we were the workers and the lied, and them were the bad guys were the capitalists. Nowadays, with the fact that the ex-center left was colonized by the neoliberal disease, there is no one that says we and them. But we human beings need much more social identity. And so come the extreme right that continues the liberal program with an authoritarian strike. At the same time, reinvents a we and them. We, the true American, the true Italian, the true German. Them are the others, the immigrants, the diverse, sexually diverse, it doesn't matter, the communist, the deep state, all the diverse and the unknown and the threatening. Second, we need to bring decision back to where the popular will is formed. Remember, the American Revolution began with no taxation without representation. Now we have got increasingly a technocracy. Think of Draghi, just not to name names, in which they say, we know better than the people in Europe. And so let's try to keep as much power and as much decision-making as possible. I mean, people don't understand. These are too sophisticated things. Let's make rearmament, etc. Bring decision-making back to where people decide. Or make people decide at a supranational level if you want. I mean, if you succeed in giving power to European Parliament, very well. Militarization, 2 minutes. Militarization in that is not a solution, but is an acceleration of the path toward the abyss. And interestingly, there is this international elite that is truly globalized. I mean, once upon a time was proletariat of all the world unite. Now it is capitalist of all the world. We are already united. And they are against national state power, except when it comes to militarization and military spending. on the positive side, what do we need to do? A vast, socially just Green New Deal, in which industrial policies necessarily have to play a fundamental role. Again, I cannot enter into detail, but there is an article that recently appeared in the Journal of Industrial and Business Economics talking about that and talking about the challenge, paraphrasing Nelson. There's this beautiful book of 1977, The Moon and the Ghetto, flagging the idea that it is much easier to send men to the moon than solving the problem of destitution in the ghetto. It is high time to address the problem of the ghetto. And this should be part of the industrial policy mandate. All this has got to be undertaken with the urgency, the determination of a war. War are, by definition, outside the domain of economists. The necessary condition to do all that is to keep policy measure away from economists that would come and say, cost-benefit analysis, what is the probability, what is the... Keep it away. I mean, if one has got to do a war, you want to win the war, irrespective of the cost. This is a war. This is a war, and we must win it, no matter the cost. So let's tell the economists to shut up.
Thanks. Also, thank you for your perspective on, let's say, let me just emphasize the focus on the talk that was essentially on institutional transformation of the social fabric and role of the actors therein. Now there is Professor Francisco Lousa, you can sit there, which is going to focus again on issue of concentration of power. There is confusion, don't mind, we're gonna make it. So please, 20 minutes as well.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Marika and Dario. My talk is about uncertainty, which you would believe it's not justified by the title, right? Are techno-oligarchs the masters of a drug empire? There's no uncertainty on that. But think about that. They are more uncertain than drug lords because they are legal. And indeed, they write the laws. So it's power in its total uncertainty. The reason to take this is, well, not only because it may be important, because it's also because I want to correct something I wrote with Chris Freeman 25 years ago. As time goes by, is a history of different industrial revolutions and long waves in economic development. It was published 2001, and it's based on an explanation Chris was developing with the help of Giovanni, Carlotta, Perez, and other people, explaining long-term movements in economic life through the tension, the mismatch, or the match between the techno-economic paradigm of that epoch and the social institutional framework, because they move at different speeds and with different configurations of power. And in that framework, innovation is the pulsation of capitalism, of change. Just to prove that, well, at a certain point in the book, we compared the Fordist techno-economic paradigm with the new ICT, information and communication technology, well, comparing some of the features of each of one. So we were concentrated on the changes in the techno-economic paradigm. Yet we had some attention at the end on why the social institutional framework may prevent or contradict or be part of the conflict with the techno-economic paradigm. And we draw on a poet and on a sociologist. The poet is T.S. Eliot, who wrote, in a very poetic vein, where is the knowledge we have lost in information? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? And in a more complex way, as you could expect from a sociologist, Max Weber wrote, no one knows whether that the end of this tremendous development, this is the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, this tremendous development, new prophets will arise, or there will be a great rebirth of old ideas, or if neither, mechanized petrification embellished with a sort of convulsive self-importance. Well, let's look how the techno-economic paradigm and the social institutional framework related to each other in our century. We knew this was developing, and quite quickly, 1998, Google, 2004, Facebook, 5, YouTube, 6, Twitter, 2007, the first smartphones, 2010, there's a mistake there, Instagram, 16, TikTok. So this changed our life. And we have noticed that something is changing, right? Just take the daily organization of a common adolescent in one of the most developed countries in the world. He or she will spend more time playing, chatting, seeing videos, or whatever you can do on the internet and social networks than being at school, sporting, dating, sleeping, or any other activity in his or her life. And that's a major change because it changes language, it changes culture, it changes knowledge, it changes love. It changes a lot of different forms of social interaction. So indeed, it is a new form of social organization. It is a world power. Since 2019, we have half of the world, more than half of the world on the internet. 2020, more than the half of the world on social networks. At the same time, more than one third of the world using gaming. And from 2021, more than half of the world with a smartphone. And look simply at the numbers. So we have 60% of the population in towns. We have 70% of the population using phones and mostly smartphones. We have 70% of the world population using internet, and we have 64% of the world population using social media identities. And we should look at this not only as a form of communication, which could be suggested by the idea of the ICT replacing the techno-economic paradigm. It is much more than that. And that's what I will concentrate on. Because firstly, there is an incomparable oligarchic power. We never saw firms having 1/3 of the world population as customers, as clients, and indeed a little more than clients. I will go back to that. You see YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, more than 2 billion, 2 billion and a half, and so on and so forth. Now, look at the consequences. This is Nature. Nature is the most important scientific journal in the world. It published 13 years ago, 2012, an article called "A 61 million person experiment in social influence and political mobilization." 13 years ago, in Nature. And look at who is writing. Someone from the psychology department of the University of California, from the medical genetics division, same university, from the political science department, same university, and the data science department of Facebook. And indeed, there was an experiment with 61 million people, not knowing about that, of course, on how Facebook managing the feed of news in each person's page could change, and they proved it could really change electoral behavior. This was 13 years ago. So we are facing the largest social experiment in the humanity, in the life of humankind. There's nothing comparable to that. And it corresponds as well to something which is also incomparable, which is the power of firms, which have such a large part of the world population as the daily and hourly clients and producers, indeed. That's what I will look at. Now, there are several possible explanations for how this works. Well, rentification, which was just suggested by Giovanni. It's a very powerful way. These are rents. Shoshana Zuboff, a professor of law at Harvard, suggested a hive, the form of organization of a hive. But I will just point out one explanation coming out of political science and one coming out of psychology. From political science, the explanation would be, this is a sort of colonization. We are being colonized. Indeed, it's powerful. We have new owners. They own us. They impose a new language, the language of the empire, which is a form of communication which is mediated and organized by the network itself. We are exploited because we are the producers of what is sold. We produce ourselves as the clients of ourselves. We are submitted because we accept that rule and how it proceeds through time. And this provokes and creates a new source of legitimacy because they are, the oligarchy is, the oligopoly they represent, and just a small number of firms generate an oligarchy, a new oligarchy, by the way. That's a new form of capitalism. Now, psychology would suggest that this is more likely a drug addiction. Because as in the drug, as selling drugs, it's an oligopoly. It's the Cali and the Sino cartels. There's a consumer dependence. We are highly dependent on that. We are satisfied. There is a brief or long period of satisfaction, and we are deprived when we don't have that resource. Indeed, the psychologists discuss, it's still going on, I'm quite interested to know the outcome, if the dopamine liberation of the neurotransmitters which are activated by emotions through the communication of images is strong enough to create by itself an addiction, or if the addiction is created as a social form of connection, a form of being isolated in the crowd and being recognized for being isolated in the crowd. Either way, it is an alternative world. And I will look at some of the consequences of that. Well, Zuckerberg tried to call this the metaverse. using, science fiction novel of 92 that created the term. Well, metaverse would be the digital parallel world in which we would spend most of the time. Work, learn, communicate, entertain, enjoy, and so on and so forth. I would suggest that more than that, this is a technopolitical regime. And because our lives generate the profit. And in that sense, there's something to be added or corrected to the idea of the tension between a techno-economic paradigm and a social institutional framework. Because in this case, diffusion is the centerpiece of the economics of the social life of the social network. So you see, the technology, well, there is a technological infrastructure, of course, but the real technology, you know what it is? It is writing. It's the oldest, one of the oldest forms of the communication, which we all master. So we are part of this universe because we create the technology itself through writing or writing images, filming. And from that point of view, we are part of a system of control. And you see, we cannot add at the same time the typical surveillance by the state, it is there. The market control of business, it is there. The ideological power of the mass media, it's all there at the same time in the same process of diffusion, which we are implementing. But there is something more, and that's what relates it to drug addiction. It's the endogenous process, the self-satisfying process of writing our own communication. Because this is based in one of the more powerful drivers of humankind, narcissism. We recognize ourselves through writing, even having the illusion of power. So we are in the marketplace in which we have power. Well, indeed, it's the contrary. The illusion of power is as much important as the powerless we are. And the more powerful is the network managing our illusion. So the simulacra, or the simulacrum, defines the conversation, defines our diffusion, our use of writing. We are not discussing. We are just simulating a form of conversation, which means, by the way, a devaluation of the capacity of communication of humankind, which is an industrial form of production. So you see, the simulacrum is so important that the choice of which topics, the speed, the emotion are all chosen by the social network, is algorithmic power. And in that sense, that creates also, I will not develop on that, but I'm certain you understand the implication, a specific form of political discourse, which is a political discourse based on permanent apocalypses. You need to concentrate attention, implying that you represent the end of the times. Everything is definitive. Everything is finished. And from the point of view of strictly economics, that means that supply changes, demand is generated by the supplier, and now you will say, I've seen that, so nothing new, right? That's nothing new in that. But the technology is our form of communication, which is new. The consumption is of the self, is not of the product itself is produced as a self, and indeed there's no market. The market disappeared because everything is a commodity. Every emotion is a commodity. Every gesture is a commodity. So there's no market because we have an atmosphere of commodification, but that implies as well it seizes the distinction between work and the immersion in the metaverse, meaning there is no private space. You cannot dream. In this world, it is not allowed to dream. You can consume some simulacra of dreaming. And one of the consequences of that is that leisure time is absorbed by addiction. When Giovanni was suggesting to look back what we should recover as the pillars of social action, you understand that leisure time, social time, was a part of that. If we lose in being in a continuous time, which is indistinguishable from all the commodified existence, we lose the capacity of distancing ourselves from power, because we are part of that. We are atoms in the more radical liberal sense of the world, as the liberals, the first liberals in economics, tried to suggest. Well, you know, the neoclassical thing of the atoms, the agents, and so on. So I believe that the challenge is that in that sense, uncertainty moves into another world in which you have the certainty of a power which was not known until now. And power is, of course, the center of all the production of ideas, of contradictions, of theories, and of fights of our province of the economics profession, if we want to have a social impact in humankind. Thank you.
Valentina, let me say that the perspective that we are sharing are not trivial, and we are essentially putting together multidisciplinary perspective, even including social psychology. That is something that in many dimensions are not covered. Valentina, sit here. And so I think back to economics, but also back to power. The presentation that Valentina will give will open another, let's say, lens of perspective. Please, 20 minutes.
Thank you. So thanks a lot. And I will focus on, let's say, uncertainty in a particular perspective, that is the perspective of globalization and restructuring of global value chains, with particular attention to Europe and what are the challenges for Europe in this, let's say, geopolitical transformation that we are witnessing recently. And I will also say a few words on the issue of industrial policy that is becoming again very, very, very popular, but that poses a lot of problems, in particular at the European, in the European dimension. So we see that there is a concern about, let's say, uncertainty and risk, and indeed a lot has changed in terms of, let's say, what are the advantages and disadvantages of globalization, and in particular, it's more and more frequent to talk about not anymore about efficiency, so basically how globalization may help reducing costs and so on and so forth, but what are the risks, and in particular, how to ensure security. From some point of view, I mean, this, let's say, is an important debate, but from another point of view, is also introduces some risks. If we think about, for example, the use of this term security, as it has been used, for example, by the Trump administration, that was able to introduce all those tariffs by, let's say, talking about the risks of the American economy, the fact that production should be taken back to the US. And indeed, very recently, then the court said that it was not in his power to introduce these tariffs. But I mean, the war is still open. So also Europe focused, I mean, changed his attitude towards the importance of economic security, and introduced this, let's say, new strategy that is named open strategic autonomy, that by itself somehow has a trade-off in the world, because strategic autonomy means to increase security, therefore to increase, let's say, to reduce the dependencies in strategic sectors. But at the same time, Europe uses also the word open. So the idea is that we want strategic autonomy, but we don't want to, let's say, go back to a world where there is less trade, there are just bilateral kind of relationship. We want to keep an ordered trade system. We want to keep multilateralism. And so is this really possible? And this is going to be part of the talk. And another concern about globalization that I think was mentioned also in the previous talks is that together with the technology, it increased a lot, let's say, inequalities, not so much among countries in the world, but a lot within countries. Okay, and in the case of Europe, indeed, we were looking at the impact of participation in global value chains, also in terms of distribution of technological activities among countries, and we found that also in this case, there was no convergence. So basically, differently from what was happening at the world level, where China was able, through globalization, to catch up, Eastern European countries were not following the same trajectory, and therefore globalization in Europe went more to the advantage of of the richest part of the continent rather than the advantages of, let's say, Eastern European countries, or at least, in the Eastern European countries, only few regions and only few people were able to benefit from this globalization. So, third problem is again related to uncertainty and is basically the propagation of shocks in global value chains. This debate was particularly, let's say, evident after the COVID pandemic, when it was basically clear that in sectors that are really very strategic, if you depend on distant countries, this might increase your risk. And let's say the war in Ukraine also put some emphasis on this issue of security, since we discovered that we were heavily dependent on Russian gas. And therefore, this kind of dependence had an impact on inflation in Europe. And more recently, we somehow witnessed another kind of dependence that is more on the destination side, because all the other issues I was mentioning before are much more related to the fact of importing, let's say, goods and value added from distant countries. But there can be also dependencies on the destination of our production. And indeed, in the case of Trump tariffs, there is now a debate of the fact that how much do we depend on American demand? And this is particularly an issue in very large manufacturing countries, like, for example, Italy and Germany. And also these questions, let's say, the so-called export-oriented European model. And so there is a concern that also, let's say, domestic demand might play a role, and also domestic demand may be a source of, let's say, increasing security. Going back to what I was saying about, on the one hand, trying to be independent in strategic sectors, and on the other hand, trying to be open. If we look at the recent policies of the European Union, trying to strike balances between the two, we see that it is difficult. And indeed, a lot of, let's say, measures like the FDI screening, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, the Critical Raw Material Act, the import tariffs, the one, for example, towards Chinese products, see that, I mean, if you want to increase your level of security, maybe you cannot really be completely open. And so reconciling the two things is not so simple. When did this debate about security started and about open strategic autonomy started? Indeed, the term was initially used or in the defense sector, okay, the term strategic autonomy. So it was not really much about economics. And now we are back again to the defense problem, and it started from defense. But then it was translated to the economy, and this was more or less between 2017 and 2019 with Brexit, with the first Trump presidency, and also with the strong, let's say, rise of China and the increasing dependence from China. Then, as I was saying before, there was the COVID that strengthened this issue for security and for, let's say, strategic autonomy, and then all the other, the war in Ukraine, and more recently the Trump administration. So what are the implications of this demand for security in the organization of global value chains? And here we have the new, let's say, popular terms that have been used, such as nearshoring and friendshoring. So the idea that we cannot be an autarkic, so we need to be involved in global value chains, but we need to not only look at efficiency, but also look at security. And this means that it is better, I mean, it can be somehow addressed in different ways. If you talk to companies, the idea is we should diversify our suppliers. If you talk to governments, it's more in a geopolitical term. So we need to increase our, let's say, sourcing and destination from to countries that are more nearby, either geographically, but even more so politically. And again, the debate is changing because we understand nowadays that the word friendshoring does not really mean much, because indeed it was introduced the first time by Yellen from the, say, American administration. And so the idea was that Europe and US, they were friends, and they needed to increase, let's say, their security with respect to, let's say, reduce dependencies from China. And now we are in a situation where it is not really clear anymore who our friends really are. And so this also somehow makes us understand that it's not really an easy task to change, let's say, globalization and to increase our security, since geopolitical equilibria are always changing. So we did some work on this within this Center of Excellence that we have in Lewis, in the Research Center for European Analysis and Policy. and we were trying to measure what was going on in Europe, we found some evidence of a little bit of a nearshoring in sourcing. But what we found more interesting was that the European Union, since the financial crisis, increased dramatically its dependence from foreign demand. So the destination of the value added that is created in Europe is more and more absorbed, was more and more absorbed outside Europe. At the same time, the Asia Pacific area was going on exactly the opposite trend. So it was more and more having as a destination the Asia Pacific market. Okay, so this somehow, I'll go back to this, creates problem in terms of an export-led growth model. When foreign demand will go down, when other countries will nearshore more and more. So related to this is the other, let's say, debate, the one on strategic industrial policies. And in particular, Europe responded basically to these policies that were first introduced in other economic areas. So in China and then in the United States, at least try to respond by focusing in particular on, let's say, the green value chains and the digital value chains, with a lot of, let's say, acts like the Net Zero Industry Act, the Clean Industrial Deal, the Critical Raw Materials Act, the European Chips Act, lot of different policy, let's say, documents that were more or less discussing what Europe should do, but were not really putting a lot of resources for really doing this kind of things. And if we look basically at the dependencies in the green value chains and in the digital value chains, we found that different, let's say, stages of the value chain, these dependencies are quite high. And so this is a source of concern. But what are the instruments for reducing this dependency and for carrying out these industrial policies? If we look here, basically the instruments that have been used the most are still national kind of instruments. And so it's still basically the state aid used under the temporary crisis framework, and now also in the different deals, because in the Clean Industrial Deal, again, there is reference to the possibility to use state aid for achieving the objectives of decarbonization. What are the risks? Here, the risks are that countries may have different, let's say, resources to use this state aid. And you see from this graph that indeed there has been a very skewed distribution of the use of the state aid. And this can create, of course, again, divergence across European countries. So just since I have little time, I would just focus on, let's say, three main problems. The first one is we want to increase, let's say, security, but how can we do it in Europe without having a central capacity? So how can we basically be able to carry out industrial policy that would not generate disparities across European countries without having a central, let's say, source of funding? And I mean, I agree with what Giovanni was saying, that we should not move the power too distant from let's say, the citizen, and therefore this centralization in the budget should be accompanied also by more power to the European Parliament, but is, I think, the way to go in order to be able to let's say, strengthen the European economy. Second is the problem of domestic demand. So we cannot really rely on foreign demand. We should basically relaunch this demand, this domestic demand, that is the investment, but is also the consumption. And it's very difficult to do that if wages are going to be so low and so, let's say, even, I mean, not even, I mean, the rate of growth of productivity is low, but the rate of growth of wages is even lower than the rate of growth of productivity. And finally, yes, the industrial policies really risk to be also not only let's say, creating inequality, but also to be inefficient and ineffective if they are carried out at the national level, because you don't have the scale and because there can be a lot of overlapping across countries. And I think I will stop here. Thank you.
Luciani, thank you for the very interesting talk and highlighting the role of fragmentation at the European level and, let's say, conflictual spells of forms of coordinating policy like open strategic autonomy, which is a very important domain, by the way, to understand where the policy dimension is going. And finally, we have Professor Saraceno that I believe will keep discussing about the role of aggregate demand and the role of policies at the European level. So as far as he is ready, Francesco, are you there? Okay, maybe...
I'm here, can you hear me?
Sì, prego, vai.
And see me, sorry, I'm in difficult position. First of all, I apologize for joining you late. I was wrong on the time of beginning. I thought we were beginning at 2:30, so apologies. Let me try to share my presentation.
So could you perhaps speak up a little bit?
Okay, I'll try to speak louder. Is it better?
Yeah.
I'm in difficult conditions. I apologize.
But we have slides that you want.
Yes, I am sharing the screen.
Okay, you should be allowed to do so because we can see it. So if you want, you can put it in full screen.
It's what I'm trying to do, but I have the Zoom banner in the middle. So let me get it away and give me 1 second. Sorry. I'll do it the standard way. Okay. Now should be full screen. Can you see it's full screen?
Fai full screen. Se puoi fare full screen ci aiuti. Grazie.
Ora io ci sono full screen. Non mi vedete?
Yes, sì, Francesco, vai, perfetto. Grazie.
Is it full screen? Okay, perfect. So I can be very quick actually, because I can build on many of the things that have been said by Giovanni, by Valentina. So let me try to save time to everybody to go straight to the point. Okay, so the first part of what I wanted to say was very well said by Giovanni Dosi. We have been living for a long period in an exceptional period, and that period was, I live in France, so I use the French definition. It was these 3 decades in which there was a social contract based on what now everybody calls shared prosperity. And so the social contract implied that there was a heavily regulated capitalism with massive investment, both private and public, a very strong role for the distribution of the fruit of growth among different classes. And as I said before, regulation, both domestic and specifically of financial markets, and of course in the global exchange system. And in that framework, there was a sort of, that is what I find interesting in the current situation, there was a sort of deal between the United States and Europe, in which the United States led globalization and in exchange for military protection got from Europe, first, the fact that Europe accepted to be in a sort of second-tier position, and second, of course, that we would be open to trade with the United States. That period, and that also was said by Giovanni, I can be very quick, basically came to an end with the neoliberal revolution, call it as you want, that started with, I mean, symbolically with the election of Margaret Thatcher in the UK and Reagan in the US. And we enter into a very different period in which, first of all, there was a very strong emphasis on market efficiency. And as a consequence of that, no role for the regulation of markets and no role of the redistribution. So all the factors that had led to this long period of stable and robust growth in the post-war period were basically disappeared. Okay. Then came the crisis, not crisis, and the very many crises we had since 2008, and this crisis has sort of brought back into the picture, into the toolbox of policymakers, fiscal policy. Fiscal policy came back, first of all, in 2008 with the standard classical Keynesian counter-cyclical policies. Then came, now everybody seems to have forgotten it, but came this debate on the return of secular stagnation. So the idea that the economy being in a chronic excess savings situation, we needed to have a permanent, a sort of semi-permanent fiscal stimulus to try to compensate for this excess of private savings. Then, of course, came COVID and the renewed emphasis on global public goods, because let's not forget that the acts of the neoliberal period also hit goods that the standard economic theory still attributes to the government sector, like public goods, that were strongly downsized during the Great Moderation. So the need for these public goods came out very clearly with the pandemics and the COVID. And then, of course, the new phase on which, I mean, that I can really build on what Valentina has just said. Of course, the renewed debate on industrial policy and reorganizing our productive structure, both to face geopolitical challenges and to try to carry on these green and digital transitions that are, of course, necessary. Okay, let me just stress, and I mean, I'm speaking to a crowd of converted people, so I don't need to emphasize it very much. The debate we're having right now on the newfound role for macroeconomic policy, in particular fiscal policy, goes well beyond the traditional idea that governments should just compensate for market failures. I mean, if you think of the work of Mariana Mazzucato, she clearly and very convincingly argues that the government intervention in the economy actually allows to go beyond where markets would go, even if they were not inefficient, because it has deep pockets, because it has a much longer time horizon than markets, and of course, because among its objectives, there is not just the maximization of profit, of pecuniary profit, but also of social welfare. Okay, so let me get to where I want to go. The past 15 years, I mean, of course, I mean, the things are very fluid, still very much fluid, so we don't know where we will end up in this debate that has been opened by the crisis, but certainly there is a cursor between the state and the market that has definitely moved. And now the vast majority of economists, except some crazy Berserk guys in some small universities, do believe that we need to rebalance markets and governments in the management of the economy. And the problem is that in this new intellectual environment, we find ourselves in Europe endowed with institutions that were created in the 90s, that were only marginally modified in the past 30 years. I'll come back in a minute on the Stability and Growth Pact. And so these are institutions that really embed the old idea that the less the government does, the better it is, because it does not get into the way of supposedly efficient market. So we have a fiscal policy that is still very much constrained by the fiscal rule, and so de facto, I'll say a few more things about that in a few minutes, but de facto, it only allows a cyclical response to the economy, but no serious long-term planning and discretionary policy. We have, that will not be the subject of my discussion today, a very strict inflation targeting for the ECB, but I think it should be a topic on which we should discuss at the European level, revising the mandate for the central bank, and of course, a very strong emphasis on competition as the main, if not the only, tool for industrial policy. Basically, industrial policy in Europe has been, until very recently, reduced to ensuring that we have a level playing field, which basically means, of course, no industrial policy. So to say it in just one sentence, the European institutions today do not allow for public policies to be developed. And the point, and once again, this was said before, so I can be very quick, the fact is that we live in a new world. Let me just emphasize in a moment that I do not believe at all that this new world is the making of Donald Trump. The United States disengagement from the very same order they had built in the 50s and 60s has began much earlier. Those my age in the room will remember the Bush Jr. Refusal of multilateral institutions already in the earlier 2000s. Then, be them Democrats or Republicans, all the subsequent administrations have strongly shifted from a multilateral system to bilateral agreements or regional agreements, including Obama and Joe Biden. So there is a new world in which multilateralism need to be completely reinvented. The dependency on all this, so the spreading of global value chains. Once again, Valentina said it much more in a much more competent way than me, has now become a liability. It used not to be a liability in a world that was more stable. It is, of course, now a very strong liability. And all the challenges that we face today are challenges that will require very strong public intervention. Okay, and so we need to rethink the European policies and, of course, the European institutions. Okay. The discussion, maybe this is an obsession of mine, I've been working on this for a few years now, but the discussion today is also very much centered on what can be done by a public investment. Let me just state in passing that that is not something very recent. We had some signs, including among influential policymakers like Mario Draghi at the time he was president of the ECB, on the importance of reviving public investment that had been lagging behind for a long period. At the time, we were in that situation of secular stagnation I was mentioning before. So Draghi in Jackson Hole in 2014 said we need to have some help from fiscal policy because monetary policy alone cannot get the economy out of this sort of permanent liquidity trap, and called for more public investment, even if at the time he was extremely cautious and was very clear in saying that this should be done within the limits of the Stability and Growth Pact. But I mean, the signal that public investment needed to be revived was there. And of course, public investment has been, and this is not a European phenomenon, has been declining since the 1980s, since the beginning of this so-called neoliberal revolution. Here, I mean, I don't know how well you can read the slide. Basically, for a few countries, I've drawn the ratio between capital and current expenditure over a few decades, and as you can see, in most countries, this has been decreasing quite significantly. So there is, regardless of the level of public expenditure overall, there is more current expenditure and less capital expenditure. I have a caveat here. I don't like these accounting distinction between current and capital expenditure. I will tell you a bit more in a few minutes. The acceleration of public of the reduction in public investment of the accumulation of public capital has since 2010 is now it's quite consensual to be attributed to the fiscal consolidation that more or less brutally took place in many European countries starting 2010, starting with the Greek crisis. This is a figure from a chapter that a group of colleagues from the European Investment Bank wrote for one of the outlooks I edit with my friend and colleague Floriana Cerniglia on public investment, and they show how the capital expenditure has suffered more than current expenditure of the call it austerity, call it fiscal consolidation. And what I find interesting is that now it's very evident, but it was actually evident since then. I remember there was a DIW, which is a think tank, a Berlin think tank report in 2013, already pointing out that the German infrastructures were in a terrible state. So it's not, I mean, now it's in the public eye, but it was already evident to the experts that the degradation of public capital was not at all linked to, I mean, it was not at all just a problem of poor European countries. That was a general problem. And there is, once again, it's a chapter in one of our outlooks, this paper by a few German colleagues who in 2020 estimated a deficit of public capital just to make up for the gap that had been opening since the year 2000 of around 45 billion per year for 10 years. And that was without counting for the aging of the population and more importantly for the ecological transition. I mean, this number is quite interesting, but that's exactly the amount that is in the new investment plan of the Merz government. And we should have in mind that if the calculation of my colleagues are correct, which I think they are, these investment plan by Germany that seems so huge will basically just put Germany back where it was in the year 2000. Not at all. So it's not as important as we might think. Okay, and as I follow this debate on public investment, I see that there are some quite interesting and recurring themes in this debate. First of all, as I was saying before, we should get rid or at least go beyond the standard public accounting definition of public investment. Investment should be meant to be much broader than just highways or airports or whatever, but also investment in intangible capital, education, health, and so forth. The emphasis on social capital is a recurrent theme of the recent literature on public investment. Second, I just said it a minute ago, so I can skip it. There is a widespread deficit of public capital. It's not just a problem of poorer countries. There is Valentina mentioned the issue of inequality. There is a quite significant distributional impact of insufficient public capital. Said it differently, when we don't have enough infrastructures, be them tangible or intangible, not everybody suffers in the same way, and I let you guess who suffers more. And also, that is also quite interesting. I mean, I have been studying in the old neoliberal period of the Great Moderation, and at the time we were fed with these papers on the crowding out of private investment. So the idea was that increasing public expenditure would reduce private expenditure of more or less an equivalent amount. Now, more recent literature says exactly the opposite. What happens is that public and private capital are most of the time complementary, and so there is, if anything, crowding in. Private capital is more profitable, and hence there is more investment where you have well-functioning public capital and infrastructure. Last but not least, and basically it will be what I will do in the next few minutes, the other thing that comes out is that however you turn the problem, however you try to make the game of three cards on which Europe has been showing us for the past 20 years, in the end, if we don't revise the EU rules and if we don't allow for a significant increase of public investment, all of the challenges I mentioned before will not be met by European countries. A few words on industrial policy. Once again, coming after Valentina can be very quick. This is a short commercial for this report I was mentioning before. The very latest installment of the report, the 2024 outlook we edited with Floriana, was precisely devoted to industrial policy, public investment and industrial policy. Parentheses, I allow myself this commercial because this is free for download, and we publish under Creative Commons license, so it's a contribution to a public debate. And of course, I mean, once again, I don't have to be very long with this crowd. We are now, it's very clear, even for those who are getting closer to this field of industrial policy more recently, like me, that industrial policy is not just competition, of course, and it's not just building large oligopolies and that go around competing with giants in steel, transportation, etc., with American or Chinese conglomerates, but it is much more, if you want, granular and microeconomic policy, which has multiple dimensions. I don't have to go over the whole list. The idea being that you need to identify what are the sectors that you deem to be strategic, be it for growth, be it for social cohesion, be it for strategic autonomy, open or closed, that remains to be seen. Whatever the objective you have, you should focus on the specific sectors in which you see that there are bottlenecks, and in these sectors intervene with a variety of instruments that can change from sector to sector and from problem to problem. Very short parenthesis, many of the scholars who write on that are, for example, ready to completely open to the fact that among the tools that you can use in this sort of sector by sector intervention, you can use temporary and selective protection of your market. Once again, we're not talking about anything particularly new. That is the idea of the infant industry protection that was very popular in the 50s and 60s. And actually, all these new industrial policies, that's why I used the quotes above, is very similar to the old industrial policy that we had in most advanced economies. Think of us in Italy, for example, in the 1960s. Okay. One minute.
Thank you.
I already spoke 19 minutes. So one very clear example of that is the IRA. The IRA is exactly what I was mentioning before, a policy, a package that contains lots of provisions that go all the way into, for example, having tax provisions. We don't know how much of IRA will survive the Trump administration, of course, but that is quite a good example. So let me skip all of the things and let me go directly to the point I want to make in conclusion. Okay, so we need today to rebalance our institutions and to make the European institutional setting fit with the new consensus, let's call it like this, on macroeconomic policy that I just described. Today, we don't have a central fiscal capacity, so we don't have the capacity to implement these policies at the European level. We don't have this capacity at the national level because national member states have the hands tied by the fiscal rule. And we could go either way. We could either create this capacity at the center or untie the hands of governments. For example, in the United States, the choice was made to create, it's a federal state, so there is a very, very important federal budget, and the states have balanced budget provisions. And so we could imagine going that direction, or we could go, but whatever we do, we need to create a fiscal space somewhere in the system, okay? My first best is the creation of a European central fiscal capacity. The idea of creating some sort of capacity at the European level to decide, to finance, and to raise debt major infrastructure projects or major social infrastructure projects. I just quote this paper by Buti, Colocci, and Messori, but there are many others that have been written on this topic. A central fiscal capacity, especially considering the spillovers and the transnational dimension of many of the structural transformation investments we need to do, will be, of course, a first best. A first best that, nevertheless, of course, is politically unviable. I mean, it's very hard in the current political environment in Europe today to imagine such a major breakthrough in our fiscal governance framework. I think it is much easier to think about reforming EU fiscal rules and giving this space to government. So it's not the first best, but it is the politically, where I would put my political capital if I was the leader of a political party. And there is also in this case a sort of idea. The idea is to have a sort of investment-friendly fiscal rule. We don't have to look very far. It's the idea of the golden rule that has been around, actually been tested in a few countries for a few periods. It has lots of advantages. It stabilizes the debt to GDP ratio and basically creates an equivalence between assets and liability of the government. It is intergenerationally fair because whenever you leave future generations a bridge, you also leave this future generation a part of the bill. So it's something that it's important. And actually, it's not very complicated to introduce in the current legal framework. And of course, it also has some problems. The main criticism that has been carried out against this idea is that you would introduce a bias on physical capital. You would have lots of roundabouts, lots of highways, and not enough doctors, not enough teachers, which is, of course, a very serious problem, but it could actually be turned into a strength by making the definition of public capital, of public capital, not a technical accounting definition, but a political definition. The idea of having a sort of augmented golden rule in which what is exempted from the rules of the Stability Pact is not fixed once and forever, but is decided with a political process between the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council, depending on the priorities of the moment. It's something of the sort of what we see today with the Commission idea of exempting defense expenditures. If today is considered a priority to increase expenditure on defense, we could allow leeway. I mean, don't take me wrong. I don't think that is our main priorities today, but I mean, the logic would be that logic. Are we there? No, we're not there. The Stability Pact the reform of the Stability Pact has been a failure. And I have two more slides and then I'm done. There was a proposal by the Commission in 2022 that was not bad, actually. I don't share the criticism of many of my colleagues on that original proposition. It was of course, it was not perfect, but it had a very important merit, which is that it changed the logic of the rule. So the idea of the rule was to grant countries the fiscal space that was needed, and to grant the fiscal space within a framework that guaranteed fiscal sustainability. So fiscal sustainability was the constraint for a rule that was aimed at giving countries a fiscal space. That was done by adopting a medium-term perspective. That was done by adopting a sort of scenario analysis on the sustainability of public finances, and that was done by letting countries own the determination of the debt of the public finance trajectory. I repeat, it was not perfect, but it was actually, I think, a major improvement. Then came the political process, in particular, the not regretted finance minister of Germany, Lindner, who was extremely rigid and did not let too much space to the discussion. And in the end, the old Commission proposal has been completely emptied of its original meaning. We still have this sort of scenario, medium-term plans, etc. But then we have so many software clauses that basically countries end up having to reduce debt year by year as if we were in the old pact. So we have a new rule that is very similar to the old rule, and its main objective is to reduce public debt, not to guarantee fiscal space. So what are my remarks? My remarks are my concluding remarks. My concluding remarks are that we are not in a very good situation. The political situation does not let us very much hope of a major breakthrough, like, for example, the implementation of a central fiscal capacity. What we're left with is a very narrow path ahead of us, because, I mean, it's hard to imagine that European countries reopen the discussion on reforming a rule that has just been closed a few months ago, but we could be helped by the German difficulties. You know that Germany has already reformed the internal debt brake. Their investment plan will most likely run into trouble at the European level at some point. At that point, they might be open to reopening the discussion on the fiscal rule. And I stop here. Thank you very much. And sorry for the bad quality, but I'm in a difficult situation here.
So thank you, Francesco. So for the sake of having a good discussion, we propose to take 5 minutes break, so you can have some rest, and maybe you also want to start thinking about some question you wanna ask to the speaker, okay? Also because I don't have even panelists, so we take 5 minutes break and we're gonna go back, okay, Francesco? Grazie, grazie mille.
Quanto riniziamo?
That's the time of the discussion. So Francesco, we are recollecting people into the room, and please, if the panelists want to come, otherwise I even my panelists. Giovanni,
Let's start with
Okay. So if you can take a seat, we are about to start. So let me first of all thank all the speakers for their quite let's say complimentary and deep thoughts. I believe that let's say after this 2 hours and something shared together, your understanding of what is uncertainty and the relation with growth have, at least if not improved, have taken some better shape. So now it's the time of the question session. The themes are many, and it's not super easy to find a unique, let's say, path. But there are issues of complementarity, as we said. So as I will start with a first question, and then please prepare your question because it's your time. So I hope that you had some food for thought. Okay, so my first question to the panelists is the following. In many of the presentation, the role of market vis-à-vis the role of the state was a theme that emerged. The first presentation by Giovanni was, if you want to come here, please. So the first, just for you to recap the main insight we got. It's fine? Okay. So the first presentation by Giovanni was highlighting the role of, let's say, the policy action in terms of uncertainty and how this uncertainty somehow affect behaviors of firms, behavior of market. But these policies are undertaken by institutional bodies. The second presentation by Giovanni, the other Giovanni, presented the dismantling role of social institution vis-à-vis capitalism. The third presentation by Francisco highlighted the contradiction between authoritarian power of technology from the one end, so this control that technologies are able to exert, but somehow didn't take the issue of the role of the state as a direct, let's say, counteractor in a way. The discussion that Valentina put on the table was really trying to identify the contradiction that might be behind what we used to call as policy for growth, and particularly this contradiction between essentially security vis-à-vis market structure. And finally, the last presentation by Francesco was highlighting the incapacity of the fiscal regimes, in particular at the European level, to be able to tackle the crisis we are facing. So the question that I do have for the panelists is essentially, how do you perceive the relationship between states and market in a context in which states are essentially becoming actor of de-risking, that is a concept that political economists are putting forward, in essence, money provider of corporate interests. It is the case, or the policy activity that states can undertake, do you think is still, let's say, at the benefit of let's say, the people that should be represented? So in essence is the state who is representing and in which direction, and how does it face the relationship with market, please? You start with the order that you got, okay?
Okay, so thank you. Of course, it's a difficult question. I will be short, and I think that the point is complex, and I think also that we have not a clear solution on that, because there are different aspects, different point of view. What I would like to stress is that there is something for sure, the society, more in general, is evolving in a very unpredictable way. And this is the meaning of uncertainty from this point of view. And these evolutions should be governed somehow. And on that, there could be, of course, different views, because this is the politics. And however, even if there is a way to govern this, then to implement what is the correct view, or what is the main view, the right view, the efficient view, will be difficult. So even if we have not an idea on how to govern the change by the institution, so what is the rule of the state, what is the rule of the market in this context, and we have not a clear idea, then even with a clear idea, I think it will be very difficult to implement this. I think that this emerged also in the discussion of today, emerged when we speak about industrial policy, emerged when we speak about capitalism, or we speak about the society, emerged when we think about public goods and global public goods in Europe. And I think that the point is very hard. So it's hard, and the risk is, even if we have an idea, we are not able to implement it because of technical problem, not because of this. So I will give the floor to Valentina.
So thank you. Again, is a quite difficult question. I think that it relates for me quite a lot with what has been said about technologies and the fact that as you want to call it, this new technological paradigm based on information and communication technologies, digital technology, that I see more the continuation of the old paradigm rather than, let's say, a change of it, has created through technology, through what are the real characteristics of the technology, has created a lot of concentration of power. And so it's really difficult to basically say what the state, what the government can really do in front of, let's say, companies that are, as we were saying before, larger than the states. And so, I mean, Roderick told about this trilemma where you cannot have this at the same time, the globalization, the democracy, and the national states. And so we really need to find a way to tackle this issue before talking about what the government can do. And I would really, on this, also ask to the other two speakers to also talk about a bit about that, especially since you have told many things about the new technologies and this paradoxical way in which we basically are the buyers of and the sellers at the same time, and what is the role of the state in all this? So that is, I think, also a little bit your question. So, thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. Just a few words, perhaps we can come back to that question you mentioned, because we are very late, and certainly there will be many questions from the audience. I will just comment that it was previously said by Giovanni that financialization or globalization, as you wish, meant the exclusion of state powers, meaning the lack of sovereignty, which, by the way, means a deficit of democracy, but created rentification. And I think that rentification is the key to understand the relation between the state and the market today. because they never existed as separate entities. Indeed, because the state is class power, is a structure of power, of economic power, of organization of economic relations, and is a source of legitimacy even when the market appears as being free, because that's the case of social networks. They need to appear totally market-free because there's a regulation establishing no regulation. So the market provides the legitimacy for that. But perhaps the most important topic on rentification today, which we'll certainly discuss in the following half an hour, is rearmament, is the arms course.
Well, you're really been saying many things that I had in mind. I believe. Thank you. I believe, as I was trying to hint in the presentation, I think that the state went back to its role of managing board of the capitalist, especially the financial capital. So who is representing? Is representing their political constituency, that is capital in different forms, especially financial capital, which is the most internationalized, by the way. Does the state partly committed suicide by giving up voluntarily levers, at least in Europe, levers for the policy? And basically, we gave up fiscal policy, monetary policy, but even the domain in which we can apply policies, for example, taxing Google and taxing this monopoly, it is possible at national state, because the Italian will continue to go on Google, Facebook, and TikTok. And if you tax for an epsilon each transaction, you get, now you hear the objection, but the tax on the turnover is distorted. Bullshit. I mean, we don't have time to. I think that telegraphic taxation is the first domain at which the state can reappropriate its power.
Taxation, I don't know if you want to follow up or you have other issue that you want to share, if you want. In the meantime, if there are questions from the audience, please.
I didn't get to answer.
So you didn't get my question.
No, I got the question. I didn't get to answer. Can I answer?
Go ahead, please. We cannot see you. So go ahead. 2 minutes. Grazie.
Very quickly, I think that this is a side effect. I mean, I also take from what has been said before. When I opened my discussion, I said that the glorious 30s were based on, of course, state intervention, but also heavy regulation of the financial sector, and not only of that. Okay, so the long period of retreat of the state from the economy has led us in 2008 to a situation where markets were basically unregulated, and when they crashed, there was very little choice than socialize the losses. I don't think anybody could argue that we did the wrong thing in saving the financial sector in 2008. Everybody knew that that would mean giving a free pass to the very same people who had led us to that situation, but the cost for society, and including for the middle and lower classes, of not saving the financial sector would have been huge. So the problem is that since then we've been living in an emergency, continuous emergency, one crisis after the other, and we never got back to replenishing the tools that the government has to manage the economy, among which I totally agree with what Giovanni Dosi just said. There is taxation, which today needs to be reinvented at the global level. I'm very much in support and in favor of the BEPS initiative for taxing multinationals. For example, that is, I think, the way to go, and that I think is the way where Europe should go, especially now that the United States have withdrawn from it, and so on and so forth. So the idea, said it shortly, for the moment, the state has saved the economy, and that has led to basically the usual suspects take most of the benefits. Now it's time to reconstitute all the role of the state, including that of redistribution and regulation.
Thank you so much for the effectiveness. Now, question from the audience. Please go ahead. Please, Professor Luigi Marengo from Luis University. Yes, please.
Just to break the ice, three very quick things. Yeah, but very fast and strictly related. First, okay, we have a lot of nostalgia here for the wonderful 60s, 70s. I was born in 96, especially read rock music and all that. But I think there are things that are changing we never get back. In addition to what you said, first of all, production has changed. Now that was the age of mass production, so very strong working class movement, also relatively strong capitalistic side. Both of them have been fragmented a lot. No, we don't have anymore the big traditional working class movement with all the working class parties and so on. That has finished because production has changed and everything. Now, especially, we have a very fragmented society. Maybe partly in both sides, also the capitalistic side, you have conflict between the new capitalism and the old. Second, and related to this, the political parties now are very weak. No, talking about the future, the vision of the future. If you see in all the West, now politicians have very short life. No, think of Italy. No, we had Renzi going to 40% and then disappearing. And the 5-star, apparently Meloni surviving a little more. But so the long-term perspective, and we think politics can put in order, with the exception of China. Now I think most of politicians live for tomorrow's social media and polls, and that's it. No, so with this idea that the government can put a lot. At the same time, also the bureaucrats have been the quality has been impoverished. Finally, related to this, one of the big novelty that I think we don't consider, that new technologies diffuse at an incredible speed. I checked before how long it took for the steam engine to diffuse to Africa. 40 years later, there was practically no steam engines in Africa. 40 years after the advent in Britain. Now, I think there is more internet banking in Kenya than in Italy. So, of course, well, two years ago, there was no ChatGPT, did not exist. Now it's everywhere. Society would have much more problems to adapt these changes that are at a speed we have never seen before. And society and politics is slow relative to technology.
Thank you so much, Luigi. And I'll take another set of questions, if you have. So the speaker can have a final wrap-up because you have then your laboratory session. So if you have questions, if not, we start having your replies. So don't be shy. Maybe meantime. So I don't know if you want which side of the discussion you want to take to go over. We have 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
You have 10 minutes and then we close. So if you want to have a final say, a final take from taking the comments of Luigi and maybe concluding the round table, thank you. Maybe you would demand that you start.
This time I start, okay. The politics. It is true that there is less and less representation in the West by political parties and a much higher weakness, also due to the disappearance of the left. The center left disappeared because basically to different degrees it betrayed. In Italy, 7% of the workers voted for the Democratic Party. 7. In France, at the first round of election, 50% of the workers voted for the extreme right. So the getting back a representation means reconstituting a left opposition. Otherwise, people don't go to vote. They're all identical. Why should I go? The other on technologies. You're right that we don't have the big factory of which I'm somewhat nostalgic. But there is I think the big challenge is organizing the diffused work of platform. Obviously, you need struggle, mechanism of struggle that are totally different. I mean, what is the equivalent of a picket line? Maybe it's hacking. I don't know. I mean, since we are recorded, I suggesting that someone might think, but one has got to invent a new form of struggling to have we and them again. Taxation. I mean, the left does not talk about taxation. They're afraid of talking about taxation, even when taxation is meant to be about the top 1% or the top 0.1%. I mean, how many of you believe to be part of the top 1%? Come on.
About the question by Luigi. Yeah. There is a region in Brazil, Minas Gerais, in which the traditional politicians are considered very wise. And one of the facts of wisdom is not to reply to things which are quite difficult. So they have, in this case, standard reply, which would be the very interesting questions answered by themselves. So perhaps we could go there. But I would like to add, if you allow me, a consideration on something which was called upon by different interventions through this seminar and in this session, which is industrial policy. Because I believe that we are achieving, we are concentrating in heterodox views, namely around this community, a lot of very good input, reports, thoughts, proposals on industrial policy. The problem being a sort of Shakespearean drama is that we have good advice, but the king is mad. So the king does not listen to. And one of the things we should look very careful, because that's part of our lives in the sense of social scientists and social beings, is the impact of rearmament as the single main industrial policy being proposed in Europe. Because that's industrial policy. That's an answer to German difficulties and other industries in other core countries. It has an ideological function. And I wanted just to suggest you to think one of the connections which could explain partially the social consensus on rearmament. Because rearmament is a trick, of course. The European budgets are 3 times that of Russia, meaning that every year European armed forces gain an advantage over Russia. But rearmament became a political consensus and a sort of social consensus. and I would like to suggest you that there is a connection to be explored and thought about with gaming. Gaming is the training for the acceptance of rearmament. You know that some of the games are more costly than Hollywood blockbusters. The firms creating games, which are just 3 or 4 in the world, spend more than the Hollywood filmmakers in some of the major blockbusters, because this has a tremendous impact on a large part of the population. And it educates people, because gaming is a form of social interaction in which you represent death, you represent aggression, you standardize aggression, because games are wars, mostly. The most successful of the games are wars. So do you know why the Pentagon spends so much supporting games and games tournaments? Because it's a place of recruitment. They understand that young adolescents of 16 or 17 or even less, who are the champions, can be the presenters of an idea of war. And I would, in line with my argument, I would like just to consider that for your thoughts.
So thank you for the questions. Yeah, I think it's probably true that it's more difficult to, let's say, identify the conflict of interest, and these are probably different from the one that we had in the glorious Trant. But still, I think that, as also Giovanni is saying, inequalities have really increased a lot, and therefore, by definition, there are conflicts of interest. And the problem is, let's say, how the state, again, going to the government, can find policies to reduce them. And of course, I mean, taxation is the most traditional tool for doing that. But again, I think that it's true, as you say, that Italy could do it, France could do it, but in a very globalized world, this problem of, let's say, the size of the state with respect to the size of the companies should be somehow addressed. And this is one thing. And the other thing about the speed of the technologies, I agree, but also there, I think that with all the criticisms, somehow the European Commission has tried also to find some rules to govern the evolution of technologies. But as you were saying, with a lot of difficulties, because the speed of the change is much quicker than the reaction of the institutions. And this is, of course, another, let's say, new problem that also Giovanni Di Bartolomeo was probably touching in his presentation, that creates difficulties that are different from the one that we had in the past.
You? Oops. Sorry, I have not a lot to answer, but I think this is a common, more or less. And yes, the point of Luigi is strong and is interesting. I think that the society and the technology and the world is changed. And I think that it's difficult to understand how it's changed and how it will change. And I think this is a point. Another point is that at the end, if you look backward, the capital system has won, the socialist system has lost. So this is another point. And the class still maybe exist, but are not the class of 1 century ago. And an error that we can do is to try to look at the future with the instrument of the past, because the instrument of the past that was good for the past are not good for the future. And I'm pretty sure that a sort of social conflict in this uncertain world will come because there is too much difference across countries, across people. If you think at Italy, in Italy, we have that most of the young people probably, or even people that are not so young, will not be able to have a pension in the near future. Many of the people that study, take degrees, PhD, and so on, they will not have a job that is in line with what they want. So it's clear that the conflict is coming, and maybe there are other persons in the country or in the world that own a lot of money, a lot of resource without a lot of effort. So I think that bad time are coming, and I think that this bad time can be somehow solved that it was in the past by using some good policies. Now, it's difficult to understand what will be the good policy, and I'm pretty sure that there will be a sort of a new idea that will face against this state of the world. Because when the people is not happy, at the end they find a way to fight the system. It's not clear to me what will be the kind of aggregation, because the instrument of aggregation of the past, it was the factory, the trade unions, and so on, cannot work in this context. So I think that all you are a researcher. It's important to be forward-looking and try to understand what will be the kind of instrument of the future, because this will very, very relevant. I'm not idea, unfortunately, because I'm not idea, but I'm sure that this is the direction, and I'm sure that the need for a society to survive is to find the right word to make that the conflict will becomes not a war. So this is the story of the past. At the end, the capitalist of the early time is changed to face the demand of other things done by the communist, the socialist system. And I think that this society is the center of a lot of contradiction. And this contradiction should find a way to be solved without a big fight. I'm not sure what will be this, but I'm pretty sure that something will come in this direction.
Okay, thank you so much. On this final anti-romanticism line, if you want, Francesco, to have a follow-up, a final follow-up, and then we close. Thank you.
Very, very quick on conflict. I totally agree. I mean, the economy has changed, but conflict will not go away, because conflict does not come from the structure of the economy; it comes from the structure of the revenue. So I mean, as long as there is inequality and there will be conflict, the shape of that conflict we don't know exactly. On the other thing that triggered me something is the remark on the short-termism of politicians. And it's true that politicians are short-termists, but so are, for example, firms that tend to invest much less than before, especially much less in long-term projects and plans. And I think that is something that is a very much underappreciated consequence of the so-called neoliberal period. I mean, we have lived, policymakers, economists have lived for at least 3 decades in a world in which the theory says that there is some sort of elastic that brings us, whatever we do, brings us back to the natural equilibrium every time we go away from it. And so this sort of inevitability of the convergence to the natural equilibrium, of course, led the actors of the economy, be them the political, the policymakers, or be them the firms and the private actors, to not care too much about trying to shape the future, because the future was already shaped. And so I think that it's not just because we live in an era of social networks, because you need to be reelected tomorrow, that policymakers are short-sighted and short-termist. It's much more fundamental than that. It's really that we lost the capacity to plan and to shape the economy and the will to shape the economy. And so that needs to come back. If it's true that the paradigm is changing, and I repeat, it's a big if, then I expect the idea of planning long term to come back in the public debate.
Thank you very much.
These final words of Francesco, we can close this roundtable. Let me thank again all the speakers. Let me thank Professor Dario Guarascio and Professor Mario Pianto that have designed and imagined this roundtable. I believe you got a lot of good insight. Just let me make a very final comment. We have discussed about decision process and the role of individuals and actors into decision process. In 2 weeks, there is going to be for Italian people an important moment to exert the decision process on our own life. So I really invite everyone into this room, those that are Italians, to take part to decision process, particularly when they are related exactly to your own future. Okay, thank you for your attention. You have the SATA class. You have the SATA. You have the SATA class in 10 minutes and thank you. 15 minutes. Thank you. See you.
Thank you very much.